roughing up. Dopest dope you've ever smoked. I'm like the dopest dope you've ever smoked. Get me on the ride, get me on the up and up. When I fresh and cry, baby, you ain't going rough enough. I'm your kitty girl, and your back is like my scratch and post. Come on, make me scream like I seen it go. Drink up, I'm soaked. I'm like the dopest dope you've ever smoked. These feelings you evoke, I only need one need. Strangers see me come undone. Just free my soul and turn me on. Lay me down and stop the time. So long, I'll leave the world behind. We got 1 minute, you know there's no other. It's too late for it if you blow in my cover. Take me to heaven and back in a second. Light up this fire before you come rushing. We got 1 minute, you know there's no other. It's too late for it if you blow in my cover. Take me to heaven and back in a second. Light up this fire before you come rushing. You ain't going rough enough. I'm like the dopest dope you've ever smoked.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Vespyr League. My name is Arkaram, and I'm together with good bro Joe.
Thank
Hey,
you very
bro.
much, Arkaram. Hello indeed, and I'm excited for this game today as we have the Glamour Girls facing off against Hexed.
Yeah, but Glamour Girls are on the right. I won't fall for that one again. It's Glamour Girls on the right, guys. So
Done your
please-
research. Done your research this time.
So this is actually a really good game, and I'll go further into details as soon as we finish the champion select. But the bans are coming in. It's again Draven versus Missing You to get removed off the board, and now it's Yasuo and Fiora Poppy. Trundle is still available, and so is Jhin.
Yeah, some really strong picks still on the board, but definitely going to take away that Draven from Missing You. Every single week we're going to see it, I feel, unless someone decides to come up with something that they think will be a really nice counter into that. But Lulu getting taken away as well, such a really strong flex pick. We see it every single time, pretty much every week, because it's just such a strong pick. You can throw it in the mid, you can throw it in the top, you can throw it in the support, and if you get that into something like a protecting the cog comp, I mean, you might as well just give up after so long of the game.
Okay, this is weird. Lulu and Alistar is the last ban. Okay, I agree with that. But you're leaving open Trundle, Gragas, and even Jhin. And I'm talking about Jhin not only because I love that champion, but also because it has a 60% win rate on Vespyr League.
Yeah, it does indeed, and I think it is still a fairly strong champion, to be fair, as to what he can bring to team fights and just general pain that he can bring with that big ultimate that he can snipe off people at the end of team fights as well. But I think taking away the Alistair is an interesting pick. Taking that straight away from Squiddo, it does sort of devalue any kind of brown pick that they might have potentially wanted to go for. And Nautilus locked in straight away, and probably going to be going on that Salamander in the top lane.
Interesting. He was nerfed. The
Mm-hmm.
Riptide was a little bit nerfed, so it doesn't deal as much damage as it used to do. People no longer go for the 40% cooldown reduction because there's no need for that. You just go for ZZ Portal and
Yeah.
try to get that sort of wave cleared, if we can call it a wave clear on the ZZ Portal.
Yeah.
But it's certainly a really, really good pick. But Malphite is still open, yeah, of course, and Trundle as well. So top line, it's an easy matchup if he decides to go for either of these. Because if they pick Orianna, that's a wombo combo on the making.
Definitely. I mean, there's nothing more painful than an unstoppable force into a shockwave on top of that massive rock to just instantly wipe out your backline, and then it's sort of like, oh guys, okay, it's only 2v5 now. We're just going to run away now. Because that's all you can really do when that happens. But Nautilus in the top lane, and it does get swapped over to Morgana in the end, but Grerif going to be taking up that Orianna is one of his more comfortable picks in that mid lane. He does like those mages.
And Morgana for the supports, I assume, because that will at least allow you to pick another thing that is able to engage, and you have the Black Shield. Already you have the top laner. You know what you're going to fight against. Unless this Nautilus is going for the bot lane, which is actually possible. I don't think it will be, but I do believe it's still possible. So Morgana will at least secure someone to go into that matchup. Kalista and Gragas are picked for Hexed. As we talked about, Gragas is so strong at the moment, and at least have a lot of peel and engage with these two tanky frontliners, and Kalista will be able to just shred through the front line.
Yeah, that's definitely the strength of Gragas, really, is that he has that flexibility to be both aggressive and defensive at the same time. But also, it's going to be interesting to see from Glamour Girls what they decide to go on this bottom lane, because you've got a Nautilus and a Kalista. If that, well, a potential Nautilus Kalista lane, and that's actually pretty scary if they do decide to go for that, because that's so much CC they can bring out at level 6, and even beforehand with Nautilus, having that passive, having that dredge line, and just being able to generally be a nuisance.
This I would love to see. The new Shen is not something people feel comfortable to play against. So if you are able to actually practice the new Shen and bring it, that's actually a wild card. And it's going to be Shen top. It deals so much damage in terms of percentage that Nautilus may be caught out of position.
Definitely quite like this into a tanky top laner such as Nautilus, and even into a Gragas, because if he decides to go full tank, as you would expect as he starts to scale through the game, I mean, Shen's going to start doing some serious damage to him if he can start to peel back for the backline. And also, those taunts could just very much win games if he lands a good taunt into Shockwave.
And also because Kalista is one of those champions that needs time on a team fight. And if you have Orianna, and if you're bringing Lucian as well, we don't know what jungler it is, but those two guys actually pack a lot of punch potential in a team fight. Orianna and Lucian will be able to burst, while Kalista still has to fight. She at least needs like 6 to 7 seconds on a team fight to actually be able to burst someone with a Rend proc. So they need to bring something to actually poke before, and obviously, it's going to be Corki in the mid lane for Hehe and Janna for the additional peel. So the only reliable source of damage, it's actually a Kalista and a Corki, unless Gragas is going full AP.
I think that this support hover might just be a little bit of a troll, considering that I think they'll probably put Rage on something of a more carry style jungler, or even just a full tank just to sort of complete this composition. Morgana jungle would be interesting to see, not needless to say.
To say the least, yeah.
Don't think it will be coming out. But yeah, this is an interesting team comp that Hext is throwing together. They've got a nice amount of flexibility to peel away, and also some solid engage coming from Gragas and Nautilus. But yeah, Janna and Corki are going to be some serious damage towards that mid-game once they start grouping up, and Kalista are just going to be able to keep on rending those stacks on a Shen, but Gangplank being hovered. This is interesting.
This is happening. I wasn't thinking about this, but this is happening. I was actually expecting a Sejuani, but Shen, it's actually viable. I was talking with Grux from Mousy Sports, and he was telling me that Shen jungle is actually really, really viable because they made those little tweaks. So the taunt actually fights now on the monster. So you deal damage, you are able to taunt the minion, which actually will deal less damage to you. So Shen is actually viable in the jungle, and this is a surprise pick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it certainly surprised us, and Shen jungle is fairly strong, and also his ganks are pretty good once he gets going, because you've got that taunt that you can just basically bait out any kind of summoners or escapes, and then just instantly use that taunt, because it is such a quick cast that you can get it off, and I think this will be an interesting team the Glamour Girls are going to throw together. I mean, there's some solid team fight, but there's also some really good pick potential coming out from this Gangplank and the Shen, backed up by this Orianna.
So I wanted to jump into the storyline of this matchup. We actually have X on the second place because on first place we do have well, X only lost versus Epic Avalanche to start with on week 2, so that's the only team that they lost against, which by the way is the team that is holding the first place tied with Zenith Rangers, so it's actually a reasonable loss for Hext. Since we have 5 games played on both those teams, this opens the possibility for X to actually take the first place with his cities if they're able to sweep Glamour Girls. Glamour Girls, though, are on 7th place with 3 ties, I believe, and 1 victory. They only took a victory, which was against Ground 6, and it was a default. So, in my opinion, that's actually not a victory on the Summoner's Rift. So, all in all, they actually might be able to hold that first place, which X wanted so much for Ransom, Glamour Girls, if they get another tie. Which is actually what they do best in the Summoner's Rift, which is tying up games.
Yeah,
because even though they never won, we can also say that they never lost.
This is very, very true, and Glamour Girls are very good at bouncing back from games, or even sort of collapsing in second games so that they come up to draws. It's a problem I've seen a lot in their games, though, is that they don't seem to be able to capitalize effectively on advantages, or when they it feels like when they do capitalize on advantages, they just snowball uncontrollably, using multiple threat comps where they have the AD, jungle, mid, and top all as potential damage sources. But when they sort of start to fall behind, they don't have the right tools to be able to come back into games, and this comp feels a little bit different because you've got that sort of tank jungler who's going to be looking to try and not be so much as a damage source. He will be good against sort of the Gragas and the Nautilus, but he's not going to be sort of an Elise or someone who's just going to be flying out of nowhere and doing tons of damage with that Runic Echoes. So it's nice to see that they've got something that's not sort of a full snowball composition, but it has the potential to still go a little bit out of control if they can get that rolling.
And it's curious to see Glamour Girls on this Champion Select. I was actually preparing myself to at the start of the game say, okay, they have a solid team. They actually have it. They have experience because they played on EU West House Party as well on the previous season. They have a solid composition and even fairly a good Champion Select. But this one was actually a solid Champion Select. They took their time to actually take the picks. They actually looked at the opponents and made decisions. They wanted to bring Malphite into the top side and Orianna, which is a solid composition. But okay, they thought, we might take Shen as a flex pick and give them the thinking that Shen is going top, but no, it's the Gangplank at the last place. This is the Gangplank now taking the top, and now we caught them off surprise because we have a lot of engage. They do have a lot of engage. While on the other side, Hex has a lot of peel, I believe. Okay, I'll give you that. But Gangplank is able to start off a team fight with this Cannon Barrage. Also is able to split push accordingly and use the Cannon Barrage to stop. And using that as a peel or as a follow-up with a TP, they have so many ways to actually engage on Hext, which is so different from the last week, from the previous week. Well, the previous week was a default, but on the previous week, they didn't seem that solid on the champion select. They just went with the, okay, what is the most played champions on solo queue? Okay, I'm actually good with this champion. I'm going to bring this champion. And they did that for 3 weeks in a row, and now they're bringing a composition that is actually really good together overall. And I'm really curious to see this Shen as a jungler because it allows you to actually take Strength of the Ages, which is such a good mastery on Shen, but only if you're able to stack it up. And as a laner, you are not able to do it, but as a jungler, you're actually able to do it. So I do believe, for the first time, I might say that Glamour Girls actually have a shot versus Hext, which is a pain in a Teemo for X, because they want that first place. But I don't think Glamour Girls are going to let them take the sweep.
Yeah, certainly not going to give it over so easily in this game because they've just drafted such a nice composition, and I really like this curveball that they've thrown out with that jungle Shen because obviously as soon as we saw the Malphite, it was like, oh well, they're going to pick that top laner. Then the swap over to Shen, which is just such a viable top lane and even support as well, to an extent, but never see it in jungle these days, and we haven't really seen it sort of break out into professional play really as of yet. So it is just a little bit of a niche pocket pick that has been brought out here, and I really like it when people bring these pocket picks because it's just so much of sort of you don't know how to really play against it if you've not experienced it very often. So it'll be nice to see how he's going to try and capitalize on that sort of unknowingness in this game.
And just as the lady told us, we have 30 seconds for the minions to spawn, and I welcome every single one and each one of you to this game between Hexed and Glamour Girls. The favor in terms of the viewers is actually going for Glamour Girls with a 63% win by your votes, guys. And if you didn't vote, please do vote on that strap pool that you guys have on the chat room, because our streamer will actually be throughout the game giving us the information of how you feeling about this game. Glamour Girls versus X, who is going to take the first spot, or if it's actually Glamour Girls taking the first victory on the Summoner's Rift. Yeah, because the other one wasn't on the Summoner's Rift. I actually gotta stress this one out.
Yeah. Definitely. So as we're just saying, they're just gonna do standard lanes, nothing too serious. Bot side is gonna take both of the camps, and we're just gonna see a little bit of a double jungle just to give a nice leash, and they're gonna head straight up into that top lane. Junglers happy enough to just carry on farming and head towards that level 3 spike, which I think we're gonna possibly see some early aggression potentially coming out of either Marius or Rage. But Rage will be more for counter ganking, I feel, than to actually initiate something.
Both top laners bring that grasp of the Undying, as Salamander is trying to actually take the farm, and Faustian is just trying to auto-attack. That's the root, and that's the AoE damage. This is why Nautilus is so good on the top lane. Faustian is able to come back and actually trade with him on an even way, and I am actually interested to see if we are going to actually assist another pro level player bringing 800 minions just like Froggen did yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw that game, but it was just absurd.
Please no, Akaron. Don't trigger me from that game. I've still got nightmares. But hopefully not. Just please, just hopefully.
Why not?
I mean, I don't know about everyone else, but I certainly don't have enough time to be throwing out a good 120 minutes of my life if we go for 2 of those games. Follow that with the rest of the day that we've got another series after this. But yeah, standard lanes coming out, and as you can see, some really nice corrupting potion management from Forceon, managing to proc those that extra little damage from the potion as he chugs it away onto Salamander. But Salamander's doing a good job of sort of keeping up in CS. He is getting consistently pushed in, so he is missing a little bit here and there, but I don't think it's going to be too much trouble on this Nautilus, who's again just looking to not really go too aggressive, just sort of scale up and get to the point where he can start contributing more to the team fights.
We might see both junglers collide, as Gragas is going for that Scuttle Crab and Shen is just standing near the blue buff trying to make that double buff, and they might fight it off in the river because Gragas is going for that bot lane. I believe the bot lane will bounce back at this wave, as X actually did a really good job at pushing the turret, the minions into the turret. They're now standing still. Gragas is waiting. Shen is just around the corner, but he's going for that Grump. The Dark Binding actually collides with Kalista, and the damage is going for Chaos and CS. He's taking a lot of a beating, bites up a cookie. Diabetes incoming, but this actually means that Gragas just wasted a lot of time, and Shen was able to get another monster in the jungle.
Yeah, definitely. Mad Marius is trying to make something happen somewhere along the map. He's going to start heading towards this mid lane, but does get spotted out on that ward in the river, so he's not really going to be able to do too much. And it was interesting that you and Chaos were just playing so passive. They were very much just sort of the mind of, well, this is some unheard of aggression here, so we're just going to back off and be a little bit careful, because clearly somebody's hanging around somewhere.
This allowed Shen to go back sooner, is able to finish his own Tracker's Knife, so the vision will go for Glamour Girls. Let's see where he's going to fall first, because there's not any single lane that is able to gank as Shen. And top lane, Nautilus just beat Faustian to the ground.
Yeah, and Flash burned on Forceon. He's forced to back off as well, and that's going to be a nice opening on the top side if Marius wants to sort of start farming up towards that 6 point and even look to just gank straight up, and depending on whether TP is used by Forceon to get straight back in the lane and try to de-push this wave, not miss out on too much, because Salamander is now ahead in CS.
Oh, I like this. Shen is going to face Rage may occur. The damage actually goes in favor of Marius, and Rage may occur is just bouncing back. He doesn't fight this one. He just wanted the vision.
Yeah, interesting though, from Rage
Huh.
just to sort of invade. It was a really nice invade because obviously you see Salamander backing, right, okay, well, we've just basically got free reign over this top side. Just careful in case Hey decides to come up, but at the same
Well,
time, he's sort of hanging around in that mid lane, so not going to come up too quickly, and he just gets the vision down. Doesn't go for any trades though, so is literally just looking to place down a ward to see when he goes back.
which is not that bad for the Glamour Girls. They actually like this sort of gameplay. This is one of the reasons why they are not able to finish games, because they just keep a whole game farming when they have the lead. But if you don't have the lead and you're still trying to build that lead, well, it's fine to just farm away. Top lane though, Shen is trying to get in on Nautilus face. Salamander doesn't have the vision. The taunt will occur, but he pulls himself against the wall with no problem whatsoever. Not even 1 HP removed since he has the shield.
I mean, it is Nautilus after all, and Grerif is level 6 as well as Hey, going to trade effectively, but Hey is running slightly low on mana, so he's got to be careful about using too much.
Interesting build path by Fossian. You buy a longsword and also mana, so not even going for the Phage or even the Sheen. You buy a little bit of both, and then you pray to get the gold you need to come back with the Trinity Force.
Well, it's that sort of awkward point where you go back with, say, around about 800 gold, and you can't finish off of either item, so you either choose to build entirely towards a Phage with that Ruby Crystal and Longsword, or you just pick up a little bit of both, and I think at that point it's sort of up to the person as to whether they want to which stats they really value more. And it looks like Forcion's just wanting to go for that mana just so he can consistently put out these parlays and try to get as much farm as possible.
And Salamander is taking so many bullets on that astronaut suit, and even with double Doran's ring, he's able to sustain himself with no problem. He's just getting Grasp of the Undying after Grasp of the Undying, and he's still fairly healthy on the top side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just
My gosh.
even if he starts to go low and Forcion all-ins, then Salamander's still got both of his, all of his Grasp of the Undying procs that he can fire off, so you can just get some health back. Back that up with a shield, and he's pretty much unkillable, unless there's some external interaction coming from the junglers here.
Yeah, but Fossian is starting to take the lead on this matchup. That's a good kick combo on the face of Nautilus. Time after time, landing those Qs with the Grasp of the Undying proc as well. This is giving the lead to Gangplank, but we need to remind ourselves that no flash is available for the top side. And Marius didn't win that in 5 minutes. You know there's no flash, and you don't even take the lead to get a gank on the top side that is overextending himself without any flash or cannon barrage. The time is too late now.
Yeah, definitely, and he's just been farming up this jungle. He is slightly ahead of Ridge because he's got the faster clear time, and it looks like they're going to start hanging around the red buff as Ridge does smite it away, just in case Marius decided to come for a potential steal with that cask.
Both teams are afraid to actually start something big as Dudex is able to dodge that Dark Binding. And in previous games, we actually said that Chaos NCS is a beast with Morgana, but so far he has been throwing some awkward Dark Bindings, just as he did on that Dark Binding we didn't talk about, that it just went flying over the edge on the opposite side of the enemy team. Just, okay, I believe there's a Teemo around, so I'm gonna do this. Oh, Reg may occur. Got caught in the middle of the river. He just wanted to get the Scuttle Crab, but gets a giant guy with his belly on his face.
Well, it sounds like a good weekend to me. At the same time, as we see in the bot side, Chaos is missing these bindings, but it's really due to the fact that you can get some really good bursts of speed from Callista with that passive, just proccing and using those mind games of sort of which way is he going to jump. And he's been doing a really good job of varying which way he decides to juke, and it's really been messing with Chaos's head, and means that he's just not able to really land anything in these fights.
We can certainly see the difference on a Gangplank and Nautilus on the top side farm, because well, if you look overall gold, that's almost 200 gold lead, even though they are pretty much at the same CS count. Even though the parlay was nerfed, he's still building himself a lead. And I gotta wonder, why didn't he bring the Cull if he was going to play so passive? Instead of bringing the Longsword, bring the Cull with Gangplank onto the top side and try to farm with no problem.
Yeah, it's sort of the same logic as an ADC who backs first. If you pick up a Cull as your first back, then it's not actually that bad of an item because you get some really good gold gen in there, as well as any other stats that you pick up with some lower cost items. But It's interesting that he did decide to just go for those that longsword sapphire because he's literally just looking for raw stats to just try and bully out this lane, but he's not really bullying too much because it is a Nautilus in the end. So any kind of damage that he throws on, he manages to deny a little bit of CS, but it doesn't really matter that much when it is a Nautilus that's going to be bringing that utility of the CC that he brings to team fights.
And he's building himself tanky now with the Bami Cinder, the additional cloth armor. Although there's a phase in the Sheen now on Gangplank with the additional corruption potion, I don't think this will be able to bypass the tankiness that Nautilus is able to now bring with the Bami and the cloth armor. Although the package wasn't used, Corki had the package and he didn't use it anywhere, not even to get the wave cleared in the mid lane. He's now able to push it away while Orianna gets herself the blue buff, the first blue buff of the game transferred to the mid laner. Shen is on the bot side. Finds himself the ward, realizes that he's being seen even though he's a ninja. Well, he was never that good as a ninja, so I don't think this is the time to change. Dark Binding lands accordingly, and that's going to force the Monsoon, so Shen knows that he might go back bot. Or he can just keep farming on the jungle and just ultimate to the bot side to try and get a gank.
Yeah, really, really passive game so far. Just so it's not even that the junglers haven't attempted to gank; they've basically just been roaming around and they've just been spotted out every single time. And there's just nowhere they can really pressure the map because everyone's just farming up a storm at the minute, and it's making for a little bit. It's at the point now where you really just don't want to give away first blood because you're gonna lose something in response.
Oh, Shockwave is completely dodged by the Valkyrie. Here comes Gragas with the ultimate. But Grediff is able to just flash away from it and use it to her own advantage. But that was a beautiful juke.
Yeah, a lovely Valkyrie there to just get that little bit of distance to get out of it. And it does burn both Shockwave and the Flash, though, from Grediff, so he's got to be careful in a fight and miss Dredgeline from Salamander.
Dudex gets himself caught by Chaos NC. Here comes the Cannon Barrage, and the first blood implodes for Chaos NCS. Even though it's in exhaust, he was able to get the last auto attack on the Callista.
Yeah, really nicely played there to just go aggressive. I mean, they burned out the ultimate from Janna in the previous fight with Chaos landing some good bindings from the bush. And as you were saying before, Chaos is well known for this Morgana, and he's really making it work as we move towards the mid game.
It actually seems like he just woke up. He was practicing for 10 minutes and was like, okay guys, I'll carry the game again. And he got the perfect Dark Binding. Oh, Mad Marius wants to steal it away. The keg explodes. He goes in with the body slam. You guys gotta force this flash. No? Are you guys going to leave him in there? Come on.
Yeah, I suppose they just didn't fancy it, I suppose. A little bit worried that Corki might be able to pump out some damage over the wall potentially. But either way, they just sort of let him get away with that failed attempt for free. A little bit of damage put back onto Salamander. He's going to have to back off in this top side as Forcion continues to push in. He's not actually backing, he's just going to sit under this tower. There are some kegs getting lined up right now.
This might be dangerous. He uses the shield. He will be forced to go back and TP back into the lane. Gangplank doesn't need the TP as well because there's no objective to fight this moment. There's actually nothing to fight for now. There's no dragon, there's no turret being pushed that deeply that you need to use a TP accordingly to help your team. So you can just go back, buy what you need and just return with the TP. But I do believe both guys are actually going on foot because Nautilus just bought himself a Sunfire with no boots. He's making the long walk.
Yep, a very slow float towards that top lane. So saving that TP for a potential fight as we... potentially for some kind of dive that we'll see in either the bot or the mid side, because he does need to be there in case Forcion decides to come in. So it's nice that he didn't blow that just for the extra CS, because it wasn't really necessary as Forcion backed off. Some nice damage traded on this bot side though, onto Missing You, down to half health.
That's the Blood of the Ring King being built by Callista, so she knows she has the advantage versus the Insane's Reaver. If you're able to dodge anything whatsoever, the Dark Binding or even the Piercing Light, it's time to go. It's just time to just put up the Eye of the Storm and get the damage accordingly. Hehe is preparing himself to do another Valkyrie on that Shockwave. I do gotta say that if I did that juke with the Valkyrie, and my nickname was Hehe, I would type and I would like Hehe. I would do it.
And that's why you'd get banned for toxicity.
Yeah.
No, not really. But at the same time, it would be an amusing interaction if you did sort of just spam that every single time. But it would get a little bit distasteful as time went on, I feel, Archeron.
I guess you never played with Kai as everything.
I've played a lot.
Here comes the engage on Salamander. Here comes the taunt as well. Forced to flash away. The kegs explode. That's the slow. He knocks him up, but I don't believe this is enough. And Faustian is able to take an additional kill for Glamour Girls, who are taking the lead in this game.
That was really cool. Forcion got the depth charge thrown onto him by Salamander, but the movement speed from the Triforce meant that he could just spin all the way around, and it meant that the depth charge got delayed, and when it went off, if it had hit him immediately, there was a chance that he would have been able to get away, but a lovely burst of move to just get straight back out, and a nice pickup on the Salamander, who still has that TP available in 5 seconds if they want to go for something on this bot side. But it looks like they're just going to back off a little bit, as Missing You is getting fairly strong with that Essence Reaver.
The package is online, is back at the base. Quarky should go back, try to get the package, follow it up in the mid lane with the gank from Marius, who is just fancying the mid lane. He is fancying it. He was able to steal the blue buff now, so this is going to punish Grediv in the mid lane. And even though they got the lead again, Glamour Girls, they're not doing anything. Again, they were able to take the T1 towards top, but aside from that, they are not doing anything. I know it's really early in the game. Well, it's Season 6, so 60 minutes into the game, it's actually really early, because it's Season 6. And they're not doing anything with this lead.
Definitely, not really able to capitalize on anything major. They have picked up a dragon, though, which I suppose makes it a little bit more worth, but it's still nothing too serious. Not able to really sort of pick anything major in these rotations. The vision's not really great for them at the minute. They've got a little bit of vision in the top side river, but it doesn't really cover anything important. Like, they don't see whether a gank's going to be coming in that top side if he comes straight from blue. They don't see anything on the bottom side if they go for a potential dive or invade. And this mid turret is getting just sort of left alone as Hey just wails on it on the T1.
They're going to reduce the gold lead, although Gangplank is approaching mid lane, so Karki is forced to just back away. Gragas is not able to do anything, and so far his card is completely nullified. It's a 0-0-0 for Gragas. He's not actually pulling off a good explosive cast. Chaos NCS has all those rents stacked up. He approaches the lane, so he takes a beating on the face. Salamander is just sick of those kegs, and he goes straight to the face of Faustian. But still, 155 to 128. It's... oh, here comes the package. I don't think it's going to do anything, but the body slam is there with the flash. There's the keg for you. The TP is not enough, and the Shen doesn't save Ariana. Here comes Gangplank, trying to get anything back, but the kegs are not in line. And here comes Nautilus, extends the anchor, but doesn't quite reach the sea, and are able to run away.
That would have been really painful if Marius had went down to those barrels on Forcion. Giving away the double buff would have been essentially not worth in that middle lane, as Hey goes aggressive again.
So he's able to juke, and here comes another. I know, I love this. I love that nickname.
You've been waiting for this one, haven't you, Archeron?
I have.
Yeah,
My whole life.
Been practicing it.
But okay, Karki is able to finish at 24, which now gives him the lead on the... ooh, my goodness. You have to kill both kegs, by the way. Faustian is really low. The Cresp of Being dying gives him some sort of HP back. And Karki is not that wealthy as well. Shen is trying to do anything to get some sort of vision on his Drake, because I believe this will be the first Drake for Hexed if Glamour Girls don't do anything about it.
Yeah, some lovely... I think that was an interesting play there, though, from Forcion, going for that Grasp of the Undying proc, but not really... He did respect it in the end, because he flashed away, but Renstack's going on a Dragon, there's no real way you're going to be able to steal this, and he goes in anyway.
56 HP, that was the amount of HP the Dragon had before the smite from Gragas. Callista and Mad Marius didn't time it perfectly.
Yeah, you usually say, sort of, right, rend in like 3, 2, 1, and then you just do them both at the same time if you're going to be going for something along those lines, or you just do one or the other. I mean, you can get enough so that it doesn't really get smited away by Rage, who's only got that. He's got a 640 damage smite, but if you get enough stacks in there, it doesn't really matter, and I'd be worried though in case Grerif decided to come in for some serious damage onto that Shen taunt.
So, we are getting a deja vu on this game again by Glamour Girls. They were able to take 2 kills. They got the first blood, they got the second blood, they got the dragon as well, and they're now falling short.
Yeah, it comes to the point
Again.
where this is the point in the game where we start to see Glamour Girls either start to lose their grip on the game, where they let the enemy team get a little bit back, and then that little bit means they're on about par, and then after that it just becomes an absolute snowball fest as the enemy team just destroys them in team fights. So we'll have to see whether they can keep pushing. Some good objective takes though. T1's going down in both the mid and outer and bottom, so all the T1s are now down. And they're gonna have to see how they can rotate around these mid lanes as they try to push in aggressively into the bot side jungle, get some good vision down, and clear some out in response to try and catch somebody out in these moves.
Oh, they fancy it. Yeah, in the bushes, there's no vision. Man Marius throws in the barrel and finds it away. Dark Binding goes wide as the Valkyrie is in response, and they're trying to pull the trigger. They now realize, okay, we do have the team fight composition. Why are we not team fighting? Why are we allowing the pick composition to actually get picks on us? We need to be just team fighting. We have the Cannon Barrage available. We do have the Shockwave. Rage Maker is tanky as hell at this point. Chaos NCS was awakened, so those Dark Bindings will land properly. We need to engage. We need to get a bind on someone and then just follow it up.
Yeah,
I tried to
definitely.
get vision, but I don't know.
The thing is, it's not like they've got a full team fight. So in a 5v5, I think they're actually got a not as great team, because you've got the Janna to be able to monsoon everyone back out, and you've got a lot of peel to come out from Nautilus and Gragas. But if they're going to go for these fights grouped up, they need to really be looking to pick up these 4v4s, those 5v3s, just anything they can pick up where they can have the slight numbers advantage, so that Hex doesn't have the tools available to be able to just throw them back out of the fight and just say, no, we're not going to fight this time, and then it's just basically summoners and ultimates burned for nothing.
Hex take the lead on this charge as the Culling will try to get rid of those pesky little minions. They are able to do it, even though Salamander was on the front line to try and tank it away. Let me just see how much HP. Yeah, that's not enough for the Corki auto attack with the Trinity Force.
No, not just yet. It's slowly being whittled down, but they're not really putting much pressure on the map. There's no sort of zero portal push anywhere, and Chaos NCS finds a good binding.
It's the front line, it's the taunt as well, but Shen is rooted on the ground. Here comes the Cannon Barrage. The pirate asks for the assistance of the boats. They get rid of the wave again. There's no special package on back base. And who's going back? Okay, no one. Someone was recalling, but they realized, okay, if I recall and this is a 5v4, we are going to lose this turret. The package is available.
Yeah,
Do you go for this?
It's a tough one. If you're gonna go for it, you need to really go for it now, because you can't just hang around here forever. There is a wave pushing on the bot side though, gonna start pressuring that T2, so it's perfectly fine to keep going, and careful taunt.
Double taunt, Shockwave locks him up, and here comes the kicks. Salamander's trying to be the front line. I don't think that's enough. He's going to get locked down. He's going to flash. The Culling goes wide. They only need one more auto attack. Salamander's trying to survive, and he's getting pierced by the light. And this is only a kill, even though it was an explosive team fight. They get the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that was just horrible. Everything came out perfectly right there. Shen goes in, lands a good taunt, and then follow that up with a lovely free-man shockwave to put all the damage back on. It was only unfortunate that Forceon didn't have the cannon barrage available, otherwise he could have thrown that on top as well. And in the end, they managed to pick one member up, but the lovely disengage coming up from Squiddo and Marius, they're able to just keep themselves alive for so long. That fight really could have turned around so easily if Glamour Girls had have been just a little bit over-aggressive as the monsoon came out.
They reacted so slowly to that taunt. Only Grediff was on the same page. Because, okay, that's the taunt. That's 3-man shockwave. Okay, that's what, 1500 yellow shockwave? I don't know the I don't know the graphics for the shockwave yellow, but that was actually a good shockwave. And the rest of the team was just, okay, we're team fighting. Okay, I'm ready. So they actually took a little bit more time that they needed to actually pull the trigger. And they lost the T1 turret nonetheless. So I gotta say, even Hex lost one member, and they might be looking at the second one. But they lost one member. They actually got the objective they came for.
Yeah, a package comes out in the mid side. Just to clear out the wave.
And it's done.
just like a lot of Rumble ults we see these days, just to clear the wave.
And that's another turret, another gold lead. Even though they are behind in gold, they're trying to come back from this one. 3 turrets for 3, so Glamour Girls are actually at the same level of turrets, even though it seems like they are losing. Accordingly to the last 2 minutes we've been watching in the Summoner's Rift, they're actually tied in terms of turrets, and they are going for the second dragon. So we might be looking at the aspect of the dragon in this game if Glamour Girls are able to now time it properly and get the vision. The rocket comes in, doesn't seal it away, and we might be looking at a long game, bro.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I start to get that feeling as there's not really much pressure being thrown onto these T2s or anything sort of meaningful. They do throw down a few wards, but there's pretty much no vision in any enemy side jungle. In the bot side, you've got a little bit to support the split push coming out from Forceon, but it doesn't really call out anything other than, oh dear, I'm about to get killed, because they are very close to the lane. There's nothing to really call people out as they're leaving the base or entering the jungle, so you can't really split push too much, and it looks like he's going to go for it anyway, even though Marius is going to start heading down, and this is the lack of vision coming out here.
2v1, can you do it? The cannon barrage is popped, the orange is already dead. He's actually going to get pushed away, and Shen is going to follow this one up. That was a bad explosive cask, I gotta say.
Yeah, Marius sort of stood still there and realised what he'd done, and oh, lovely Cullen coming out onto Dudex to do a little bit of damage, but yeah, lovely shockwave.
He's so low, he's trying to survive, but here comes the cannon, here comes the parlay. Are you kidding me? As the pirate takes another one for the ship. Rage Milker is still alive! How can you do that? The Dark Pony is able to land properly, here comes the Kegs to disengage. Get out of town! And they make them walk the plague as soon as they get another turret.
Yep, and the puns are coming out very strong from Archeron here already. I can tell you've been welling up inside to fire out all of them at the same time. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, really nice dive there coming from Glamour Girls. They're doing an interesting job of this, all escaping on pretty much 1 health as they run away from the potential comeback from Hehe and even Marius and Salamander to an extent. But yeah, the cask being down just really was a horrible thing to have, because in that bot side, they didn't even, if they'd caught Forceon, they could have at least had, that fight could have been completely negated, because it was mainly his extra addition into the team fight that dissuaded them from really doing anything else. So a little bit of an interesting loss, really, that could have been easily negated.
I love the fact that Fossin is going for the Froggen build. We often see Gangplanks on the top side named Soas who go for 3 Infinity Edges if possible and just get 100% critical strike, 500 damage, and okay, I got a keg, bam, I got your team, but oh my gosh, a bird actually spit on my face, so the Gangplank is dead. No, he's actually going for the tanky damage-wise build, so he's able to land more shots during the team fight, which will actually increase the damage output.
Definitely, and it's gonna be really effective if he does go for that, because it'll mean that he'll stay at this point where we see them all have these big team fights, and then Glamour Girls pretty much just all escape on very low HP, and oh, that's depressing. As you watch your pink ward slowly get taken away from you.
And you can't do anything.
Yeah. You just have to watch as it gets ripped away from you by the enemy support.
Drink to forget. That's what Gragas is known for. Oh my gosh.
I'd like to drink to forget that explosive cask in the bot lane.
He's actually doing a really good job as Gangplank. He's getting the 3 keg blown up really, really well. It's not that easy to get the 3 kegs explode and pop up 2 and get the 3rd one while the second is exploding. It's not an easy thing.
It's showing some really good barrel management coming out of Forceon. He's clearly comfortable on this Gangplank, and he's doing a really good job. Lovely shockwave.
Kalista going really low, the Dark Binding is dead, but so is the Fate's Call. Time to go home, honey! And they call in Janna with the ultimate to try and save the support, but they are so low now, they can actually go for the T2 turret, and Gangplank is doing a Timo of a job, because he's actually pulling so much aggression. Marius is going to get caught! Another Dark Binding! He's so low, he's drinking to forget. He's only lucky because the Drunken Rage was denying some of that damage. The second turret is going to receive the pain. Dark Binding goes wide. Oh, the pool is not able to stop that recall, and Rage Miyakuri is on the back side of the turret, getting blocked after block as a ninja that he is, and they take 5 turrets on this game. Glamour Girls are taking the lead.
Yeah, they're doing a really nice job, and as we were saying that we've passed that point where they sort of start to not so much throw the game, but start to lose a little bit of control on it, and they're doing a really good job of solidifying that by consistently getting these fights. And Chaos NCS doing such a good job on Morgana to land these bindings to initiate first, and it's really starting to do wonders for them because they've got such a nice follow-up team. Because if you land that binding, then if any kind of Shen taunt barrels from Gangplank, if he does ever decide to show up to another team fight, and even the shockwave coming out of Grerif, they're all such good ways to just follow up on a single binding that everyone has to burn summoners, ultimates. As we saw on Dudex, Dudex had to burn both of his summoners, had to flash away, and then Squiddo had to use the Monsoon to keep him alive just long enough so he could use it, and then follow that up with the Fate's Call, and it's pretty much just everything burned for a simple ultimate and a binding.
And also, Missing You is now able to dodge any sort of lockdown with the Quicksilver Sash, so another way to actually deal with the little CC that they have. Here comes the package trying to find Grediff with the beautiful Black Shield. I mean, Chaos is online. I gotta say.
Chaos is definitely online this game, as he's been doing such a good job on this Morgana. I think, to be honest, this might be a potential pick away in the next game. Because he just has been such an absolute beast on this champion the past few weeks.
I would love to change Chaos' name to Nana. So when Hehe engaged, it was like Hehe, it was like Nana. That would be the perfect. I know. I dream too much about nicknames.
You dream too much.
Third Dragon. What do you say about that?
I say there's still gonna be a long
80-minute
game.
Oh, Faustian is a pirate, but he's in trouble. He's actually able to take the boat to assist him. Hey, wants him another one, but the orange is going to lend him some more time. He does have the TP, but the rocket finds the target. Here comes a critical strike, and Karki is able to take 1 kill.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to potentially go for Baron. Callista's already started auto-attacking it, getting those Ren stacks. Marius is here to tank. But this bot wave push is coming out on the side of Glamour Girls, who are just going to go for it. They're going to say, we don't care if you get Baron, we're just going to try and take your base. And this could be a potential inhibitor coming out.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to get that in time, but Callista's just going to implode it, and this is a 4-second cooldown, so they might come back, getting the Home Guard and the Baron buff, and fight them off. So they get the turret, and they need to back off instantly. Chaos NC needs to get the Dark Binding. Look at that movement speed. He's able to get Chana, so no more increased movement speed, but the rest of the team is on their tail. They want to get someone. They need to get someone, as they have the Baron buff. They can't allow them to go back. So this might be the tier 2 turret push. This is a counterattack.
I think that was a little bit of a mistake there from Dudex as well, using that Fate's Call to lock in Squiddo to try and throw him forward. If he just kept him out, then the Janna movement speed would have been really effective to try and keep them going. Yeah, exactly. So it would have been fine if you kept it enough so everyone else could follow up, because Salamander still had flash available, so he could have flashed dredgelined, flashed depth charged. He could have done something other than no one reaching it.
Ossian, don't toy with my feelings like that. Don't do it. This is a risky scenario. You do have the Baron buff empowered minions coming in, kicking in. The keg is available, is positioned. Somebody has to attack. Oh! The first misplay by Faustian.
Yeah, Faustian he's still doing a pretty good job though, to stay in this game, and he's doing a good job of pushing his advantages. He's got that 293 farm to Nautilus's 222 and 2 kills, 2 assists, so that's a hell of a lot of gold that he's ahead. I mean, a solid 3k ahead, so it'd be good to see him keep putting that pressure on. They're gonna have to deal with these Baron minions though, as they keep on pushing towards this mid lane. And this is the trade that you gave when you went for that inhibitor, because you never had the chance to be able to trade, but because you were not even going towards that Baron buff, it means that you have to just accept the waves that are going to be coming consistently into your base. Faustian is going to try and clear that top wave, so there's potential for them to try and get this mid turret, as it's a 4v5.
There's TP available, the Cannon Barrage is available as well. They might give up this tier 2 turret, he gets the taunt, the Cannon Barrage falls in as well. They're completely dodging every single skill because of Shen's blocked ability, but they do take the tier 2 turret. That was a tier 2 turret with 100 HP that they wanted to defend now. Sometimes, You got the Salamander, you got the Astronaut. Can you bring him back to Earth? He comes missing you. He's able to get protected by that black shield again. Chaos NC is just pulling the trigger at the right time.
Yeah, Morgana's certainly a good pick into this combination. Once Nautilus just throws out that depth charge on the backline, it denies the max range depth charges, where you just try and get the single person knockup and then follow it up with extra CC. You can just deny that straight away. But a little bit of a misplay on that T2 in the mid lane, and we're going to see them pushing into this top. Good taunt.
That's a taunt on the front line. Nautilus, he doesn't lose any sort of HP. Here comes the dredge line. It's not enough on the right target. He's getting locked by the Dark Binding. That's the ultimate used. The shockwave brings 3 members low to the ground, but they're still alive. My goodness, Kalista is so low. 1 auto attack from death, and Vespyr is able to land it. This is a 1-for-2 at the moment. This is Glamourcross taking the lead. The Valkyrie is dead, but Hehe is not laughing at this point because he almost got his entire team. Gragas is running away, but as you can understand, he's not the fastest champion in League of Legends because you know his body. Missing you tries to find the Corki. The airplane is out of position. He doesn't have the permission to land because he's flying high, and he takes yet another one. Granite forced to take the kill, but Faustium feeds it to the Sharks, and at the end, Glamour Girls take the lead.
Yeah, lovely team fight there, casting people out with that shockwave followed up with the Shen taunt, and I'm surprised Dudex almost escaped that one alive as he was kiting so well on no HP into Rage Kerr, and he was just throwing out as many spears as he could to get the lifesteal that he's got so much of at the minute. I mean, Blade of the Rune King, Mercurial, you've got a Vamp Scepter, and you've got that Runan, so you've got so much attack speed and lifesteal that you can just keep on throwing those spears out to get so much back. And it was an interesting team fight in that they couldn't really sort of get anything out of it, though. It feels like it was everything was used, and then it was just sort of like, oh, we can't actually do anything now. Reset, and everyone just goes back to base, and that was pretty much it.
It was a big one, and they were able to survive versus a Baron team. Oh, Chaos.
Maybe he knew that the shield was coming out, so he just missed it.
Oh, yeah, I predicted the shield. Joke's on you.
Yeah, exactly. See, it's like, joke's on you. Wasn't even worth the mana.
Yeah, you wasted an ability. How do you feel?
Yeah, and looking towards this dragon that's going to spawn in 35 seconds. It will be the 4th dragon if they can secure it. Minions are pushing on the top side onto Hex's base, so Forceon is hanging around that top side with TP available, so you can join in if necessary.
And this is a 90-minute game. You know that, Joe. You know that.
Yeah. I know. I just dreamed that we wouldn't see it.
Look at them, all sitting and waiting on those bushes.
Sneaky bush. Oh.
BBC fight now, as we can finally see the prey on the bushes, on the wilderness. Yeah, Lucian is acting as the bait, but the dragon is already alive, and they're not going to take the risk. They're going to wave around like, man, use a fool, guys. Oh, this could be a tremendous shockwave if they're able to get it. Cannon Barrage is there, the taunt as well. Kalista wants to explode it, and she's able to do it. Granif is caught out of position, but Lucian is there to protect him. Squirtle is thrown into the middle of the fight, but that's a Janna. She's not able to do anything besides giving the body to the cause.
On that top side, though.
Gangplank is pushing, he's not stopping. Stop the recalls, do something about this. They just don't pull the trigger. One went back, so they might close in. Shockwave is available. Wingardium Leviosa. As Kalista goes into the air. Falcian is alone versus Karki. He's going to lose that matchup as he did in the previous rounds. Rage Kurt is on the front line, getting a lot of stacks. Missing you, receives the Stay United, and this allows Dudex to take even more auto attacks. This is a double kill, but here comes the Kalista. Here comes to try and take another one. She's going to proc. She's going to get the quadra kill.
How do you... Oh my god, and there's 40-second death timers. They could potentially push this all the way in because they've got a huge wave in that mid side. They can just take the inhibitor here and potentially get a Nexus turret out of it.
And this could be the game. This could actually be the 18 minutes games denied.
No
As they're going to take
way.
the turret. They take the inhibitor. 20 seconds on the clock. And that's for Gangplank and Shen. This is going to take way too long. It's a Trinity Karki. And the Kalista with so much attack speed. She's completely nuts. She's going for the second turret. She's going for the Nexus with the team. And Hex actually are looking at the first place if they're able to take the second game besides this one.
That was insane. You play such a good game all the way up to the 35-minute mark, and then just that little split pushing error. Forceon goes onto that top side. He's not able to really do anything other than take the turret. He trades his life for it because everything was burned from Hehe to keep himself alive, and a horrible old team fight follow up coming out in that jungle because they go for a really nice shockwave and missing you just goes super aggressive all the time and then just turn it around with Dudex coming out from the help from everyone else, and for a lovely quadra kill, follow that up into just a straight push all the way down base. Death Timer's OP.
And we have to wait for the second game because, my gosh, this is a good series, guys. I was not expecting this much of, I don't even know, ping pong game. Glamour Girls got the lead, lost the lead, got the lead again. And when you thought everything was going accordingly and they were just setting up that beautiful trap, and X didn't want any of it, they just bailed on that trap. And Gangplank lost the second 1v1 versus Corky. And that cost him the game because Gangplank had the TP available.
Yeah, definitely. He could have easily just came into that fight, but he chose to keep on split pushing. And to be fair, it's not a terrible call, but in the end, it just turned out to be the game-ending mistake.
And let's see if there's going to happen another mistake, or if Glamour Girls are able to take the second game as they always do. Remember, guys, this is a team that always ties up. So Hexed Gaming are now playing at the worst matchup possible because it's Glamour Girls on the second game. And we have to make a quick break, so we jump back into the game. I'll see you right in a couple of minutes. Don't touch the browser. Don't.
my spirit looking back at me again. Frozen in time, sun killing the first snow. As it melts into myself, I'm letting go. Who's gonna rescue me after all these crazy things I've said and done? Who's gonna rescue me? I believe that you might be the only one. Who's gonna rescue me? Who's gonna rescue me? Gravity came so fast, couldn't focus on every crime that pulled me down to where I am. Must be something I can do to save myself. After all, I'm just another cry for help. Who's gonna rescue me after all these crazy things I've said and done? Who's gonna rescue me? I believe that you might be the only one. Who's gonna rescue me after all these crazy things I've said and done? Who's gonna rescue me? I believe that you might be the only one. Who's gonna rescue me after all these crazy things I've said and done? Who's gonna rescue me? I believe that you might be the only one.
I do believe you liked the first one. What about the second game between Glamour Girls and Hexed? Hexed were able to take the first game. I'm apologizing. With a beautiful last team fight, while Glamour Girls, for the first time, I gotta say, were able to bring a solid tactic and they were able to pull it off throughout most of the game.
Yeah, did certainly a good job of just consistently putting on the pressure as time went on, and they managed to get each little objective that you need to be able to push in effectively. They got all the way on to inhibitors, and then just one single team fight lost in the end means that you just lose the entire base. So yeah, first ban's coming out now. We see Poppy and Nautilus being banned away by Glamour Girls, and Draven and Gangplank getting immediately taken away from Hexed. Hexed not wanting to deal with Forceon's Gangplank once again.
But was it that big of a problem? I mean, Karki was able to just destroy him on the late game, and they're not actually banning Karki or Gragas or Jin.
Yeah, no one really taken away, and Chaos NCS picks up Alistair in that bot side. I think he's going to be pretty happy with that, and we'll have to see what gets picked up on the other side. I would expect potentially a Braum to come out. We do like to see it. We do see it picked into Alistair pretty much all the time, for good reason. But this pretty much open up Missing You to that potential Callista pickup as well, because you can't really take Callista Alistair, otherwise that's going to be a horrible lane.
That's the Braum you were talking about. It's actually a really good pick and solid for Squiddo, but I do believe they want to bring that Malphite they were hovering over on the previous game. They didn't brought it up, but this means that they want the Oriana this time, so they're going to swap it over because this seems like a really strong team fight composition for the Hexed, while Glamour Girls are still with the Alistar. But this, as you told us, Callisto is open.
Yeah, Callisto's definitely open to go along with this Alistar. I mean, the Kalistar lane is just such a horrible force to be reckoned with, especially once they hit 6 and you just Fates Call the Alistar into the team, just get a nice either combo or just a simple pulverize and then headbutt someone back into your own team to just get absolutely melted. But at the same time, if you leave up Oriana here, will it get picked away immediately on the side of Hexed? Because if you get the Oriana Malphite combo with a Brown follow as well, I mean, you're just not even playing League anymore. You're just playing knock up the game of knockups.
Why not? That's the only CC you are not able to get clean of a tenacity. That's the only one. So why not get more and more and more knockups? This is something that I wanted to discuss, but nobody picked it so far, so I couldn't. But Gnar was actually buffed. Oh,
Ooh, I
they
like
don't
it.
pick the Callista.
But yeah, so giving away that potential Callista on a Dudex, maybe they have something to go into it. I mean, Callista is an interesting pick into Alistar because you have an okayish time locking her down because she doesn't have any kind of real instant dash to get out, like not like an Arcane Shift or a Lucian dash that you could use to get some good distance. So it's going to be a Lucian Brown picked up, and that's a really strong lane with Nidalee getting picked up in that jungle. But as you were saying, that Gnar hover, he did get slightly buffed, and I think this is perfectly fine in a Malphite. He does so well into tanks in that top lane, being able to shred them down with that hyper proc, and even the boomerang for that huge slow that he can throw out, and the teamfight presence that he brings, especially onto a counter engage. If you 5-man dive, and then you get a nice 5-man Gnarl back off, then it can just instantly swing a teamfight.
This, okay, I won't even talk about it before that happens because there's actually CC on the other side. That's Unstoppable
Yeah.
Force. There's more than, oh, I would love, please don't taunt me in. The tank Akali is one of the best picks against Malphites. I don't think this will happen by far, yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't think that would be picked up considering then you'd have to send Gnar mid lane. I've seen some interesting mid lanes in my time, but I think Gnar mid lane would be one of the more intriguing to see. But yes, Callista and Victor picked up. As we say, Grerif really likes those mages in the mid lane, so no surprise to see him picking up that Victor and missing you, taking that Callista once. It is his sort of fallback ADC in that bottom lane, so he's going to be happy enough to take that with Alistar, and that's a pretty horrible lane either way you look at it.
Can you say Wombo combo better than this composition? I mean, whoa, this is completely absurd. I'm just wondering what sort of mastery that Gnar is going to take. We discussed about this before, the Grasp of the Undying or Fervor of Battle, but on Gnar, this actually favors the Fervor of Battle. It's not a usual pick, because Grasp of the Undying is so good and you are a range champion, so we are able to proc it even further, but Fervor of Battle, one boomerang, you got 2 stacks, one auto attack, you got 3 stacks, and the Hyper is going to give you additional one because it counts as an ability, so you get the max stacks on Fervor of Battle really quickly on Gnar, but Grasp of the Undying is so good. I'm just doing the math between both of them.
I think, to be fair, for this team composition, you're probably going to want to go for Grasp, just so that you've got that extra lane presence into Malphite. If he tries to trade any kind of damage, you can just get a cheeky auto off and get that Grasp proc to get that extra little bit of life back. But Lissandra locked in for that mid lane for Hehe, and we're going to have to see how he's going to do into these team fights in the mid and late game, as he's going to be looking to try and dive onto Missing You, I feel, to sort of lock him down with that Frozen Tomb. We'll have to see how he can really impact these team fights. Is he going to be looking to also clear those waves with that little bit of mana sustain that he has with that passive? He can just consistently throw out the claw. So to try and counter this Victor, he's just going to literally walk up, go laser, and it's gone.
This actually is weird because I love Lissandra, and Lissandra is one of the best picks on career right now, and also on LPL if I'm not mistaken. I'm only sure about the on the OGN, let's call it OGN scene. But you have a cleanse
Yep.
on Victor, and Kalista will surely go for the Quicksilver Sash. So that ultimate will lose its efficiency unless Hehe uses on a defensive way. Go in and proc it actually on yourself. Because she has to survive somehow. And with so much AoE and CC and you name it, this is actually pretty scary for Lissandra.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once Callista does get that QSS, it's going to be a little bit horrible, but at the same time, you've got such a follow-up to come on the back of that tomb that I don't think it really matters, because if one kind of CC lands on top of you, everything else is just going to be piled on instantly. Follow that up with the Unstoppable Force and the Glacial Fissure. I mean, you're just not going to have a fun time if you do get caught in these team comps.
So both teams locked in, prepared to fight. Well, they are already fighting, by the way, to see who is able to take this one. Axt sweeping this game will allow them to get the first place, that sweet, nasty first place, ahead of Deadly Kings, who are now the amazing Epic Avalanche. I believe that's the name they have now. The Epic Avalanche. And also surpassing Zenith Ranger, so being able to get that first place, that desired first place, which is going to allow you to go into the playoffs more calmly, although we still have some weeks before the playoffs, that would be so good for them. But this means that it would be the first loss for Glamour Girls.
Yeah, definitely, and we're already seeing the straw poll showing 75% of people are going towards Hex to seal out another game. To be honest, I think that's more than possible with this team composition, because it is just in general such a pain train that can come out in these team fights. They're not as great at doing sort of split skirmishes, but it does mean that if somebody gets caught with one person and someone's there to back it up, then it's pretty much just instant win.
15 seconds, and looking at these compositions, I do believe Mad Marius will try to get some early lead now with Nidalee. Either you go as a counter jungle, which is ridiculous to fight against. I don't know if you ever played versus a Nidalee who's trying to counter jungle you, and you can do anything because she bounces away and she's in the bushes, so she has even additional movement speed. I've seen Nidalees bringing that little mastery that gives you additional movement speed on bushes, just to get the counter jungle a little bit higher.
Yeah, it's not fun, especially when you're on a champion who doesn't have the greatest level 2 for fighting. He does bring a little bit of damage and a little bit of slows and CC, but it doesn't really do much when you've just got a hungry Nidalee who's just gonna land a spear, follow that up with a pounce takedown, and take off your entire health bar.
And even if she doesn't do it, she just bounces away, waits for the Q again, and does the same. And while they're trying to jungle, so the monsters are kicking your Teemo, while Nidalee is trying to do the same. So it's fairly unfair for you as a jungler. As we jump into the Summoner's Rift of the second game of this series, who will take the first one? Is this Hexed taking the first place on Vespyr League, or is Glamour Girls taking the draw again, the tie game? They've been tying those games since the beginning of Vespyr, and there's the pause. Best way to kill a hype.
It's the best way to start a game. I mean, you get everyone pumped up, you get all your items, you start firing out, and then just before you hit those turrets, you call out lag and have to pause away, as we're going to see a little bit of a client restart for I believe it's Rage who's having the problems, but some people are gonna have a little bit of a restart as we wait it out and hang around in case those DDoSers are still out there looking to get Glamour Girls to keep their undefeated streak.
We do have all the items completely bought up. No surprise in almost any matchup, except for Gnar is going to bring that long sword and those 3 health potions, so more damage kicking in, which means we were going to have that. Well, you do remember the Gnar build itemization, which is Black Cleaver, then goes straight for the max tankiness, but you do have that armor reduction versus Malphite, which is so good to start off.
Definitely starting off with that longsword as well. I mean, Phosion's just going to look to consistently keep on pushing in Salamander and just get as much damage down as possible. Salamander with that corrupting potion, able to put a little bit back on. As he'll be able to get that nice little bit of extra magic damage off when he does pop it. We saw Forceon doing a really good job of managing it with Gangplank in the early game, but don't know how well Salamander will be able to do with this Malphite pick. Only not really going to be able to put too much damage down because Forceon can just kite very well from range and land that extra bit of damage with his autos and that hyper proc.
We are seeing the teams trying to complete. Okay, they really don't know. They really don't know. They don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just
They
not
have no
really
idea. Yeah.
not really anything coming out. Everyone's just sort of spamming what they can in chat. As we look to see if anything will really come from this, because everyone's just sort of hanging around. What do you think, Arkham, about a level 1 invade coming up from Glamour Girls? Would you like to see it?
Let me think about it. From Glamour Girls.
Yeah, I mean you have the body slam, you have the pulverize, you have a fairly decent level 1 with some good damage coming out from Victor, Na, and Callista. So you got a really nice catch if you can get something. Certainly burn a summoner or two.
I don't know. I'm actually surprised that they're really trying to do the alphabet, but they are still not able to do it, even with Google available. But it actually is killing me in the inside. But the level 1 invade. Well, there's no way hacks are able to follow it up. I mean, Lucian is able to deal a lot of damage in the level 1. Braum is able to lock down someone or probably the entire team because he only needs to auto-attack someone and then switch over to the next target. That's the way concussive blows are able to apply. Nidalee is not able to do anything besides throwing a spear, but I don't even believe she's going to start with the spear. She will start probably with the trap.
Exactly.
So she wouldn't be able to do anything whatsoever. Salamander will, well, is just going to cosplay the ground and be useless.
Yeah.
So all in all, if you're able to land something on Dudex or even Mad Marius, you will be able to get a first blood, but you will have to commit so much. And they actually are really, really strong on the level 1 in terms of vision for Hexed. I don't think they are going to get caught out of position. It would be a fairly interesting thing, but I don't think Glamour Girls usually go for that sort of scenario, as we discussed over and over. They're really good, they are really strong, they are solid, but they really don't know what to do when they jump into the game.
Definitely, and it's interesting though because Glamour Girls are such an aggressive team. Grerif and Missing You are able to really do some nice and flashy plays at times, but sometimes it does mean that they get caught out and are punished a lot more for it. And I think that's sort of one of the things that they need to work on for their playstyle is just to be able to sort of temper that aggression and use it to keep on pushing aggressively because they did such a good job in the first game of throwing out that aggression, getting some really nice plays, and they were escaping on the minimum amount of health at times. But if that had been an extra auto attack or a single little tick of damage, then it could have easily just been an even trade, and that would have just pushed them even further back into the hole they could have dug for themselves.
All in all, Missing You on the last team fight, just going over aggressive and actually jumping in instead of jumping out when he was caught, that actually cost them a lot. Actually, the game.
I think to be honest, at that last team fight in the previous game, it was mainly just due to the fact that Missing You just went super hard. It's perfectly fine with what he did as well, because there was the shockwave and there was the potential follow-up, but once Grerif had used his entire combo on Oriana, there was just nothing he could really do to help him out, and Missing You was just sort of left on his own to try and fend off everybody else as Dudex just went to town on Callista, able to just steamroll up the team for that quadra kill into just the entire game.
It's what we discussed on the Champion Select. It was just clear as water. You give 7 seconds on a team fight to Callista, it's over. The worst thing about it was I do realize and understand why rage may occur, use the stand united on that team fight. The problem was he was on top of a ward, and we didn't discuss this. He was on
Yeah,
top of a ward using the stand united. He was really low, but he's still tanky, which means Kalista was able to attack more times. And she had the hurricane, which means she was able to apply more hits on someone that was really close. I can't quite remember if it was the support. I do believe it was the support, yeah. So it was able to land more procs on Shen, and accordingly to Morgana, which was closer to him, which allowed the Ram to just implode and deal tremendous amount of damage to both targets. Not only killing Shen, but also killing Morgana and the follow-up, and also
was
getting back the reset.
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate to be fair because I mean he was basically just standing on that ward, pops his ultimate, and then he just has to stand there and accept the fate that was coming for him. Literally stand united. Well, he was unfortunately standing on his own in that bush.
This is
And
happening.
it proved to be just a little. It was basically he thought he was going down anyway, so he might as well just throw out what he can onto missing you to try and keep him alive in that fight and. It was just not enough in the end. If they'd there was so many ifs and buts in that fight that it could have just been anything. Could have happened.
There's a lot of micro plays that sealed the deal for Hext. It was not one player's fault. It was just micro plays across the entire team that allowed Hext to take that 7 seconds on the Kalista. And I do believe we have the reconnect, which means, ladies and gentlemen,
Hopefully.
we are going to jump back into the game. The pause will end soon. TM, Riot, please.
Oh, please.
Clients. No?
oh.
Okay.
Apparently not.
I
Not.
was really expecting. Damn.
You can dream, Markram. You can dream.
Oh, I dream a lot of times. I have no idea.
I mean, we'll certainly be dreaming if we don't start soon because everyone will start snoozing off in this champ select because there's just not really much to. We've sort of been over everything. I mean, and it's happened.
Do it!
Yeah,
and we're back
in
into the Summoner's
game.
Rift, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into the last game of the series between Hext and Glamour Girls. And we do have the advantage lead for Hext Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. So coming out straight away, just everyone sort of going for the standard setup once more. Hey, gonna walk into that mid turret and just do a little bit of a dance party, I feel. Grurf not tempted as he starts to head back up and a little bit of movement coming towards him, and he's just gonna back off and have a little bit of a staring competition.
Again, on top of a ward. Oh, don't. By the way, I never noticed, but you can see Graga's wreck on this skin, which is,
Yeah.
the amount of
Yes, you can.
detail Riot employees make on
I'm
these
sure-
skins.
I'm sure whoever
Beautiful.
designed that had a lovely time doing it and took as much pleasure as they could out of it.
At what time do you find yourself making a new skin for Gragas and you go to the point, oh, I need to put a lovely rack on this guy. And you spend hours doing the 3D model of a beautiful rack.
Yeah, you gotta make sure the detail is perfectly right, and you got the right kind of depth shading, all that kind of stuff. And I'd like to see the sort of review process for that. Do you just sort of give it to somebody and say, "Hey, can you look at what I've done so far?" And it's literally just a picture of Gragas's rack, and it's just like, why have you handed me this? Like, come on, dude.
Why not?
Exactly. Yeah, so standard lane's coming out, leashing on the top side once more from those top laners who are just going to head straight back up in a lane, and the bottoms are going to start off with that Grump and Krug start as they head into the bot to try and duke it out.
Okay, Faustian starts off with the boomerang with the grasp of the Undying, so no shenanigans. Level 2 for Chaos NC, going all in. Dudex taking a lot of damage. Squeedle, well, that's not the Rend. Yeah, he started off with the Ghost, also with the Sentinel,
yeah,
and
he's
also
not level
Chaos
2.
NC got the experience from the Krogs.
Yeah, he wasn't level 2, so he didn't have enough to be able to do anything. Maybe they thought they could potentially get some summoners out as the KO combo comes through.
Okay, now this is different. Even though you put up the Unbreakable, he could follow it up. Yeah, there we go. That's some damage coming in from Missing You.
I was interested that Missing You decided to back off there as well. I mean, I think he could have got a few extra spears in if he really wanted, but maybe he is trying to sort of show a little bit of patience here, not go too aggressive early to try and lose anything, they do have the advantage with some really nice combos coming out from NCS and the follow. So we'll have to see if they can really keep the pressure, but not avoid any kind of potential coming out of Mad Marius, who is hanging around that bot side already, clearing out Scuttle.
That clear time is so fast for Mad Marius. He might get missing you out of position. Chaos NC is going to put up a ward. He's going to greet Nidalee. He's just going to pulverize and flash away. Nice summoner spell burned by Mad Marius, who's able to take the lead on this first level. Or, oh, Rage Mailcore is so low, but Nidalee is not even there. So sad.
Unfortunate. If he'd went for the invade, he could have possibly looked to steal away a buff and even potentially got raged as well. But at the same time, does go into that bot side to try and put the pressure on because they were extending quite hard. Chaos realised that they were extending, so went for the ward and does eat a little bit of damage in response. But it means that Chaos has no flash now, so he's going to be a little bit vulnerable before 6. Rage is hanging around in this bot though. Squiddo also used his flash though in that bot side to try and get the Winter's Bite, so it's interesting that they're both going to be down, and that's a bit of a misstep.
That's a 3v3. Squiddo takes a lot of damage and pops up the Unbreakable. The teleport is already coming in from Gnar. He's completely mega raged. He's able to get the stun, but Salamander cancels his TP because he realizes his team doesn't even need him around.
Yeah, it was mainly just a deterrent on the Forceon to try and say like, hey, if you go in, I can go in too. But to be fair, he wasn't really going to bring anything to the fight anyway. I mean, he's just really a big rock at the minute. He just kind of slaps people and walks around, but he doesn't have the unstoppable force to be able to lock anyone down and have this big turnaround effect that you would expect from a Malphite.
Oh, you can spam I'm rock solid and go back. That's something. First Dragon coming in at 4 minutes in. This is so early from Glamour Girls. Once again, we might be looking at the game for the aspect of the Dragon.
Yeah, Glamour Girl's really going. Maybe that was what they're thinking now. They're thinking, hey, the problem was last game we just didn't get enough dragons. We were almost there, but we didn't get just enough. So they're gonna try and get off to a good start with that early dragon. But a really nice play there. A lot of aggression coming out of Glamour Girls early, trying to get as much pressure as they can into these lanes to sort of transition into the little objectives that are gonna start to pull them into this game.
I'm trying to remember when Chaos NCS flashed and when Squiddo did flash, because
they both flashed on that gank coming out of Marius. So Marius threw out an auto and a spear from the bush, and then he jumped on top with the takedown, and then as Squiddo flashed forward for the Winter's Bite, Chaos instantly flashed away as well.
I didn't realize he flashed then, so I was trying to figure out when the flash was going to kick in by Squiddo and Chaos, but it's at the same time, so nothing will happen on that bot lane. It's the jungler who decides to go first. But
Yeah,
still,
exactly.
Nidalee is not able to get a lot of CC, so...
Nidalee's sort of not able to do too much pressure at the minute, just sort of hanging around. Gank comes through from Rage May Occur, but Nidalee is heading up to the top side as well. Potential turn if they go too far, but it looks like Rage is just going to back off as Forceon puts a lot of damage on the Salamander.
You nasty little Gnar, just pushing Salamander away. Although he's taking a lot of damage right now, you will be quite fine with it in the mid game as Malphite. Nidalee is going to spot Gragas, so Rage May Occur could be in trouble if Nidalee is able to land one of those javelins. She rotates into the mid lane while Rage May Occur is going to spot this little fresh pink ward on the top side, removing that 30 gold advantage for him and shutting down the vision. Nidalee wants to go top, but without the vision from Gragas, it's a fairly dangerous thing, so she asks for the assistance of Salamander. He's able to be there, and there's a pink ward by Gnar, so he will be able to spot when Nidalee is coming.
Yeah, a gank coming
Level
through
6. Ooh, the damage is absurdly high, and that's the first blood kicking in.
There was just no room to really outplay that. Does keep his flash, which is nice, and ult does come through from both sides in the mid lane. And Grerif in fact holds it in the end, decides not to try and turn too hard, but Hey does use the Glacial Tomb. But yeah, really nice there. Salamander hits 6 and just says, hey, we can do this, goes in, lands the Unstoppable Force, and Marius throws the spear at the right time, because too many times I see it where the CC comes out and the spear just misses on the standing still target, and you just might as well not bother at that point if you manage to miss those. So really nice pickup on that top side. First Blood goes over a lot earlier than the previous game, and already Hexter looking to pull themselves into this game.
But now with the Phage, it's going to be really hard to catch that Gnar. And he had the vision of Nidalee, so why just not jump straight off and flash? Because the kill pressure was there. Nidalee deals a lot of damage. You gotta respect that. Even more when she went straight up for AP. She didn't even finish the jungle item. She didn't even went for the second hunters to get more experience from the mouses because she doesn't want to be in the jungle. She wants to be ganking.
Yeah, she just wants that move speed to be able to abuse Nidalee's really good jungle clear, and then just constantly be looking to pressure lanes as gonna square off in the jungle. Kids Rage, who just looks to steal away those raptors and then back off.
Double level 6 on the bot side. Chaos, who started off with the advantage on experience, is now behind in experience. This is quite weird, to be honest. He should be the one getting to level 6 first, but he lost some experience just backing off because he was way too low. BF sword bot by Lucian versus a double attack speed Kalista, which is going to fall in favor of Dudax if he's able to land a piercing light and a double auto attack.
Yeah, I certainly know which one I'd rather have if I was going to sort of lane against this. So BF Sword Lucian versus Double Dagger Kalista. I think I'd, you know, good Cullen coming out to land some damage down, but just not really anything that they can do other than throw a little bit of poke damage down.
Nidalee goes back now, probably to finish that jungle item. Talking about jungle items, Gragas was able to finish his own Tracker's Knife and going for the Ether Wisp as well. So he's going for the Runic Echoes to get more damage, and Gnar will be tanky after the 16-minute window. But until then, they don't have anything to follow up or pull the trigger on this team fight potential. Gragas was approaching the bot side. Dudax realizes that and is going to try and clear that pink ward, but the rotation by Hehe is going to pull him off.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Ridge may occur, and Marius might as well just be the pink ward hunters, because that's all they've been doing, really, in both of these games in this series. Just sort of coming into lanes, getting a pink ward, and then walking back off, and some nice damage getting traded on
Caliente.
by Grerif, with that lovely first pickup of the Mark 1 Hex Core.
And I love the fact that he's going for the Abyssal Scepter, so he's going to get more tanking and also will be able to deal more damage when he's close to Lissandra, which, I gotta be honest, he will most likely be, because she will try to go on his face with the Frozen Tomb. So realizing that you're going to be really close to the target, better just bring the Abyssal Scepter, why not? On the other side, it's a Rod of Ages in the building in 10 minutes in. She's not able to finish. Let me just see how much gold she has. She might go back in 20 seconds to get that Rod of Ages.
Yeah, perfectly fine to do that, and it's going to be looking to sort of scale towards that mid and late game when she does pick that up, and it's going to be really nice. As the time goes on, it means she's not going to have as much impact, but it means she's going to be able to stay alive for all the other carries of the team with Nidalee and, oh, lovely flash combo.
Oh, Gragas is there, but the explosive cask is thrown, but no matter that, Chaos NC still follows it up. Here comes the exhaust, double TP though. Missing you gets one, Riz will probably take the two of them, but here comes the Insufferable Force. They're all freeze to the ground. The Mega Knight is there. Can you pull off the ultimate? The Shugi is going to lock them against the wall, but the Javelin comes in through to the target and is able to take the heart out of it. And this is a 2-for-2 at the end, unless they're able to get more in. Greta is fencing the target. He wants more. Hey, comes in, but the Chaos Storm brings him apart. And Lissandra is no longer the queen. She's just shattering below the body of Gragas.
Hey, being really greedy there, looking to try and get back onto the very low health Forceon, and even potentially missing you, but just not able to really do anything. And when Grerif's walking at you on full health, full mana, and he's got everything up, I mean, you kind of just got to back off and just not do anything.
Oh, Missing You is saying that his brand was bugged. That's Callista, mate. As they're just talking to each other. But this was a large team fight. And this was a double TP used by Hexed. And even though with that, they lost that team fight.
I would like to point out the missed potential coming out from Glamour Girls, though, who managed to get a really nice flash combo onto Lucian and then knock him back, but the missed time between the abilities between them. So if Rage wasn't in range, he should have just said for Callista to follow that up immediately with a Fate's Call to get the extra knockup, and then use that to get Rage that little bit of time so he can cast him back, instead of just knocking him away. So they had to run up the lane, and it means that they just lose out a little bit.
Oh, explosive cask locks him in. Callista is arriving a little bit late, but Gragas is already making the party alone. He is, well, water for everybody, because I believe that's what's in the kegs, right, guys? But that's a kill coming in for the jungle.
Gatorade. I think that's
Okay,
what it is.
Gatorade.
Gatorade. Yeah. But no, it was another really nice pickup. Rage is really looking to try and impact these lanes, and Chaos is doing such a good job on this Alistair. Always looking to make the big plays.
Ooh. That hurts.
Yes to the face.
I love this champion. I gotta say, Nod is probably one of my favorites because it's so annoying. Look at that. Yeah, I'm one of those that brings everything and he starts laughing the entire game. Kalista is just trying to get that dragon in. She's going to. Oh my gosh, can you do it? Marius just steals the dragon below the eyes of the enemy team. We had like, I don't know, 30 stacks of Kalista.
But you have both Smite and... Oh! Another lovely follow.
Let the body zit the... Okay.
you have a Smite and a Rend. How do you not take that dragon?
I don't know, man. You are the analyst. You tell me about it.
That's the thing, is that as the analyst, I feel like that just shouldn't happen. You have both of them. Like, it just feels like there's these little communication errors that just aren't being relayed by the team. It just feels like a little bit of sloppy play that's coming out because they're not making these sort of calls where they're getting the combos right. We've seen it before, as we were saying with Rage's ultimates in the bot sides, which were mistimed onto Dudex to try and knock him back, and instead knocks him back into his own lane. And also with that just there, you can easily just go, right, okay, in a few seconds we'll just smite and rend, and it basically means you have double effectiveness, and you don't need to do it too early, because when it's on like 1200 HP, Marius isn't going to be able to jump on, do a swipe and smite to do 1200 damage. He's not that OP just yet.
Ooh. Well, missing tilt? I don't know. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta sting, because if you're looking for the aspect of the dragon, losing a dragon at that time, oh, you might lose Fossin as well. He now jumps, but he's perfectly in target to the rest of the follow-up, and Mad Marius takes it up. That's the second time this happens. Oh, Gradef is looking for the kill. He's able to just get the Death Laser, and he proves to ourselves that technology is above nature.
Yeah, he has the tank stats coming from the Rod of Ages, but it's just not enough to really even... It sort of is like a false sense of tankiness, where you think that you're fine, but Grerif has so much damage that he can fire out with that Abyssal Scepter and the extra damage onto his laser, because he's upgraded it, that it's just nowhere near enough to be able to keep you alive, and just not... A little bit of disrespect coming from Hehe not backing off.
Turret is going to receive the punish. They're going to take the T1 in the mid lane. First Turbot falling to the ground. Finally, they are able to do it. And this is again, Glamour Girls starting to take the mid game, I believe.
Yeah, definitely. Starting to pull themselves back into this. It's a very close game, though. We've seen some interesting plays on both sides. We've had some good initiations on the side of Glamour Girls, but Hext are doing a really good job of landing these counter engages, these steals where necessary, and it's sort of their playstyle. Is they just want to look to not really make the plays, but make the counters where they can look to try and pick up from your aggression, and it's really doing wonders against Glamour Girls.
Mm-hmm. And we haven't seen the full extent of this Gnar pick. That only play that he appeared, it was able to lock two members instantly, waiting for the perfect time. It seems that Fossian is able to do it, just as he was doing with the Gangplank. His champion pool is actually pretty big. We need to see more of Fossian on the next weeks, because most Gnars actually goes in and tries to lock up as many people as they can, regardless of whatever. Oh, Gradif going to get locked in by the Frozen Tomb, but the damage is in favor of Gradif, as she uses the claw. She tries to switch it out. The old switcheroo is not happening, and Man Marius is going to meet the cow. Who's stronger, the cat or the cow? I do believe the cow is taking this one, and nature is just scary, man.
Yeah, Rage just throws out the cask just in case, but I don't know really what was going on there. Another miscommunication coming out from the side of Hex. Marius was heading around, and Hehe knew that he could lock down Grerif, but it just missed. He just pulled the trigger that little bit too early, and Marius was nowhere near to assist him, and Lissandra just gets absolutely melted by Victor.
It's the second time this happens. They need to respect the Abyssal Scepter. You don't want to get close.
Yeah,
You really don't want to
definitely.
get close to the Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah, I mean, Hehe is in the process of making his own, so he'll be able to slightly counter it a little bit, but Victor's just going to look to scale up as he starts to finish off that Hex Core. It gives him so much stats, though, that he'll just be able to pump out a lot of damage.
The items are closing in as Gragas is now going more tanky. He does have the damage from the Runic Echoes, so no need to get more. Mad Marius wants more. He knows where he's able to feed himself, so he's going back to the top. Although that's
Yeah.
not an R, that's a Callista. It's different.
The thing is, any kind of lockdown from the Malphite just can be so easily followed up because the problem with Nidalee is that if you miss your spear, you pretty much have no real impact. But when you have a standing still target because they're knocked up by the Malphite ultimate, then it just negates that entire problem. So you can just go to town, and if they link up really well in this top side of the map, then it means they can pick up some easy kills.
The game calms down a little bit as they're trying to fight in terms of vision, trying to get control. This is rather interesting. Mad Marius is going for the Abyssal Scepter, just as Hehe is doing the same.
And it's perfectly fine. It means that they'll sort of equalize each other's reduction of MR, and they'll also have their own magic resist to try and dodge the long-range poke that will be coming out, but it won't really be that much in the end, to be fair, because it'll sort of reduce it, but because they've both got it, it means no one has it in the end, really.
Oh! Oh!
Oh.
No, he didn't.
Oh.
He stole the little ones. I saw gold and I was excited. That's the only thing. Oh, Dragon is alive. This is important.
Top turret does go down though on the side of Falcion, who does start to back away now. He's a bit worried in case Marius was hanging around that top side because he hadn't been spotted just yet, but they're coming into this mid side, and Kay gets engaged on.
Just push away the Lissandra, try to get Callista to push the lanes in order so you are able to rotate to the Dragon and Hex are able to lose something if they want to fight on that Dragon. Also, they needed some time because Falcion just used the Mega Gnar, not the ultimate, I'm just talking about the passive, so he was a little bit exhausted. He wouldn't be able to use that Gnar, Rage, Max, Field Stun on the Dragon Pit, and he's completely transformed again, so they need to wait for 30 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like Rage is already down at that dragon though, starting it off. As Missing You is pushing the bot side, and he doesn't really have any assistance here, as he's gonna possibly look to run away.
Oh
Shredder
my
just melts
gosh!
2-decks.
That's technology again, science! I gotta say, Abyssal Scepter is making that work. There's come the temple. TP is able to flash over it! No problem whatsoever. Lysander is going to survive. Oh, nope! I'm just joking, guys. That's Fossin coming in, trying to get the double. Is able to lock down Salamander. The gravitational field locks down the mountain, and the mountain is going to get pushed against the wall. And that's a double in the middle of the jungle. And they're now going to push for the T2.
Weref doing work this game, does such a good job of disengaging the fight and then able to flash away from the unstoppable force after he puts all the pressure on, and that was just beautiful play coming out of him. Falcion able to follow up with that big Mega Gnar to lock down Salamander in the end and to pick up a good kill and a couple of turrets for it as well.
Culling, bullet, javelin! Just misses the Falcion, as Jesus says, Shugi.
Exactly. Shuggy. But just not able to really do anything in this mid side as they disengage the fight nicely, able to back away, and they're all going to base now, go back to shop. Apart from Missing You and Chaos, who are just going to hang around because they're on full health, and somebody needs to stay around to keep the waves.
Oh, he was recalling and biting the clock. Aw, you silly gentleman, no.
I feel like you're not taking this seriously, Archeron.
Oh, damn it. By the way, that's the double Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah.
Okay, at least, if the team fight is spreaded, you do have the debuff on the entire enemy team. Okay, I gotta give it to you.
Yeah, definitely.
Or probably they just want to make the Abyssal Scepter because it's going so well for Grediff that they are thinking, okay, this gotta be the Abyssal Scepter. It's a new buff. Something
This is
happened.
the reason. Like this is the reason why they're doing so well. Not the fact that Victor has an exceptionally strong laning phase because of his lasers and the way he
Oh,
just
hell
constantly
no.
puts out damage onto Hehe. I mean,
It's-
the engage just isn't really there from the side of Hex. Like they go in and they're able to land these little bits and pieces, but they're not able to make a commanding lead. They do pick up this mid outer though, good pick. As the side of Glamour Girls weren't really grouped up to deal with it. Meganar is popped on Forceon, so he's got to go in now or never.
Oh, Nidalee is completely isolated from the team, but she's able to just bounce away as the cat she is with no problem whatsoever. Now he's going to start building up that ferocity rage to get prepared into that big team fight because Malphite is looking for the opening to get himself in with the unstoppable force. This is going to be the first time Hext will be able to force a team fight all together at the same time. So far they have been reacting to Glamour Girls, and this is not what he wants. Mad Marius is caught out of position. That's pulverized again, but Chaos NC is completely alone. He's going to use the Unbreakable Will. Here comes the Unstoppable Force for the AD carry, and Missing You calls the support. That's actually the Victor surviving the onslaught of damage by Hex. Missing You is alone. He has no HP whatsoever, and they finally take him in for the double kill of Dudex.
Good pickup there, and they do send Gareth back to base, so they don't really have much in the sense of wave clear to stop them from sieging of this bot lane until he comes back. He will have the home guards available, so he'll be able to rush back. But it looks like it's going to be the tier 2 going down on the side of Hex. Really nice pickup in this bot side. Blew everything onto Chaos NCS to try and keep him down, but Salamander went straight onto Gareth with that unstoppable force. There was no real follow-up, so they weren't able to burst him all the way out. Dudex put a nice culling on top, but they just had too much distance between them to be able to finish him off. And in the end, he manages to get away. But that little bit of that gap in pressure that meant that Grerif had to back off meant that they could just keep on snowballing and go straight for Missing You, who was dived under turret.
This is exactly what they need. Group up. Play as a team. You did it on the previous game. You have been doing this since the beginning of Vespyr League. So just do it versus Glamour Girls because they are improving. I gotta say, even if Glamour Girls loses this series on an 0-2, which on a viewership point of view, you will look at that, oh my gosh, they lost the first time. Oh, I guess they're getting worse. Hell no! They are improving every single week. And this week alone, they have
definitely.
been looking really, really solid. Okay, there are some misplays, but they are improving so much. And I gotta say, after this game and the previous one, if Glamour Girls are able to take the draw, this is not an upset. This is actually a skill level up by Glamour Girls, and Hex really need to step up in their game if they want to take the 2-0.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Glamour Girls are doing such a good job week by week to just start to improve on their game. Top lane turret does go down on a Hex. Nice pickup there. But yeah, Glamour Girls are one of those teams though where you always like to watch them because their games are explosive one way or the other, and it's always good to see these standout performances on their side. I mean, Grerif has been such a beast this game. Sometimes it's Grerif, sometimes it's Forceon, but somebody usually goes off in a game, and it's what makes it really good to watch.
Oh, TP! Oh, playing with fire, Fossion. Playing with fire.
Flash,
I like it.
Unstoppable Force was available, so you had to be careful. But to be fair, it was.
Okay, I
fairly
guess he wants the next target in line.
Oh, Forceon going aggressive.
Don't make me angry.
Burn TP there.
This is cheating, okay? You are fighting off a mini guy who's getting angry and oh guys, he's going to do something, so I better call a mountain. This is cheating, okay? If you want to fight, do a 1v1, okay?
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, the big rock comes on top, and it just means that he hasn't really got anything that he can put on, because that just means Forceon says, "Oh, okay, I was just kidding, bye," and just walks back off.
I
Just
got a
prank, bro.
5-minute
Just a
cooldown,
prank.
which is nice. Just a prank, bro.
Exactly.
But this is a 5-minute cooldown, which is really, really good. Missing You is going back. I don't know why. That's the dragon alive. If you want to get the aspect of the dragon, you can't go back at this time. 27 minutes, you do have the home guard available, but you're going to lose this objective unless nothing happens.
Yeah, they can't. They can't. Hey, if they can't secure it with Callista Rend, then they can't secure it from a steal. I think that's probably the good way to look at it. Although Marius is doing such a good job of securing those with his smites, and good pick.
Oh my gosh, pull the trigger at the right time, but the good and perfect pulverize coming in from Chaos buys enough time. He flashes away, they're able to lock him to next. They are able to kill him eventually. And Radif with the Chaos Storm, missing you, calls the count. Whoa, guy! Going down for missing you. Faustian once more, but Rejmeokor is not quite able to put his body next to the mountain, but they do get 2 kills when they were not the guys engaging.
Chaos pulling out another amazing multi-man knockup with that flash. Flash combo, and what an ultimate from Rage to knock Dudek straight back into the team, and it was such a lovely pickup that meant they could just straight up win that fight, and they're going to look to potentially get Baron here. Marius is up, but these Ren stacks are going in, and Missing You has the potential to be able to do this. He's got a lot of attack speed.
Oh, 4,000 HP, 2,000 HP, Mega Knot is available, Gravitational Field is going to lock her down, and she flashes in, but she's not able to take it! And CC from one side of the town, from the other side as well, Rejmeokor is there to put the belly on top of the cat. The flash by Fastion is not able to land the target, but the clock is, and Salamander is tanky, but not that tanky, as he takes yet another one, but here comes the comeback by Hehe. He's able to lock down one, remove the buff out of the support as well, but 3 members goes down, and 3 members stay with the Baron buff.
Yeah, a little bit of over-aggression there to keep on going. The death timers were running out, and they just weren't able to. I feel like they weren't paying attention to who was coming back up, as they just sort of saw blood in the water, as the sharks they were, and a really nice play to be able to just go straight up to Baron. But Marius flashing in was fairly questionable, to say the least. I mean, this is a Callista who's just who's got such a huge rend potential, especially against Baron, who you can just stack so many spears against.
This is becoming a really, really good game, just like in the first game. Both teams just giving it all to try and do something about this. One team wants the first place, the other team just wants to stay unbeatable on the Summoner's Rift, even though they never won. It's so nice to say this. I never won, but I never lost. Have you ever played it? I don't know.
It's a nice medium. Well, they have won one. I mean, technically, it wasn't a win,
yeah.
but you
Okay.
know what I mean.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
So you can't say they haven't won one. They haven't won one actually.
They
in a
destroyed
full
it.
game, but yeah.
Okay, so Baron buff empowered team trying to get the tier 2 turret off the bot lane, the inner turret. Will they be able to do it? Salamander locked in, takes some damage, he's the tank, no problem whatsoever. Look at that! That was a death laser with a lot of other shenanigans on top of him, and he's still full HP.
Yeah, definitely. He's just not really able to do much in this lane because Hey is doing a good job of throwing out those claws, and Dudex has got some solid wave clear as well with that piercing light. Good engage.
Unstoppable force, 2 members, gravitational field, he's dead. I don't believe this is the fight they're looking for, but now it is! Granite just explodes him, but the comeback is there! The Nard is amazing, and the cow goes moo, and the cow goes triple, and this is the ace, as they're able to lock down the entire team!
What just happened? Everyone just absolutely melted and got destroyed. A lovely ultimate from Rage to be able to split people up, and then Forceon lands a lovely Gnar, followed up with Chaos NC's combo, and there was just no way you were making anything happen after that point. Grerif did a lovely bit of damage with that laser, and I mean, what are you going to do? And this could potentially just be the game going over if they can rush base down quick enough. People are coming up in 10 seconds though.
They never lost! And even though they were behind at the beginning, Level Girls are able to take the lead. They take the card, they just speed it up, non-stop, no breaks, and they're able to take the Nexus on the second game. Dudex supposed to do something about this, flashes in, but the Nexus is going so low, and Missing You doesn't even need to win this one. He's not gonna fail, because the Nexus is going to explode, they take the tie.
Like, every single week, it's like an A-Team episode. You just wonder what kind of shenanigans they're going to pull off to be able to do this tie every single time. And they certainly do in the end.
This is so much like One Piece Naruto. It's always the same plot. Oh, I get beaten up by the bad guy, but I come up stronger than ever. And I take the
Exactly.
victory. My goodness, Glamour Girls are evolving.
But some beautiful team fighting at the end to be able to solidify it, and Grerif doing a good job of getting the most damage that he could possibly do, easily getting most damage in the game. And I think everyone deserves an MVP for this one.
And another draw.
Another draw.
But with this in mind, guys, we have a 9-minute break to actually breathe a little bit, and then we'll discuss a little bit about the match while we jump into the next one. Another one, Arkarum? Yes, it is. It's 3Uni versus 8-Second Gaming, or 8C Gaming, as they like to call themselves. I don't know why I put the second in there, but with no seconds to lose, guys, we're going to make a quick break because we need to drink some water, guys. Yes, we knew, and we'll be right back.
Don't for your life. Don't you dare run. All of our words were left undone. Don't run for your life. Don't you dare run. You and I were meant to collide through the world, now here through your eyes. You and I were meant to collide forever. You and I were meant to collide through the world, now here through your eyes. You and I were meant to collide forever. Brighter than all the diamonds in the sky. No turning back now, it's you and I. You and I were meant to collide through the world, now here through your eyes. You and I were meant to collide forever. You and I were meant to collide through
Could be the sunset, or just the look in your eyes that shines so bright. Reach out over the ocean waves and try to come to life. Don't let go of the bright blue sky, because the future's looking far too light. Are you ready for a long dive ship to set sail and carry me through the starry night? Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the darks of moonlit worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine. Touchdown on the surface of my heart. The feeling's never gone. A brave adventurer like me remembers everywhere that I've come from. Keep your feet to the vacuum sky, 'cause it's surrounding us out here. Follow the trail of the stardust of the ones that came before us, and we'll see what we've always been. Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the darks of moonlit worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine.
It's like we've worked for 2 entire decades, developing something that gives each of us the ability and access to express ourselves as individuals. What happened to our freedom? It seems like this is yet another force field the government has inflicted upon us to enable more control, more power. Why do we have the least of the say? Why is it that the uneducated of the internet are the ones calling all the shots? The ones that don't understand the concept of the World Wide Web. Each and every one of us is a product of the internet. The internet is a product of us. It has grown with us and nourished within our generation. And as it stands now, I will not let it be taken control of by some power-hungry motherfuckers. Fuck Soulblock! Us a chance at gaining more access to tools which would in turn speed the process of learning, communicating, and sharing. It enables us to gain awareness of what's happening across the globe and share what we see or hear. Social networking sites have granted us the ability to share information that much easier. Songs, pictures, videos. How can something as simple as posting a link generated by the internet be classified as copyright infringement, therefore forcing sites to feel obligated to take them all down? What would the internet really be without reblogging, reposting, retweeting? The internet was created to make lives easier, not harder. The internet was developed to break our limits, not create them. Oh yeah. Fuck Soulblock!
are back again to the last series of the day, featuring HC Gaming versus Triuna. It's actually Triuna on the left side, on the blue team, while HC Gaming will be on the red side of the match. My name is Akram. I'm together with good bro Joe again to bring out this series to you guys. Almost.
And we almost
Let's
got
keep
there.
it talking. Let's keep talking because we apologize about the delay, but one of the members of Triuna was actually late, so we just had to start the game a little bit later.
Yeah, it looked like the ADC for Freehuna was not able to get into Champ Select, so it bugged out a little bit. So we're just gonna head straight back into it and not miss out on too much.
So the bans and the picks are coming up, and we gotta actually bring this up to you guys that this is a match between the 8th place and the 9th place. So this is actually for both teams really important because you really need to get out. Okay, this is now an 8CG side, but you really need to get out of that relegation, outer relegation position, since the 9th and the 10th position will be probably excluded from the tournament on the next split. So you need to get away from that position. You need those points if you want to even attempt to come into the playoffs. So 8th spot and 9th spot, and they have been on a downward ever since, because on the first week both teams lost the game, second week they both got the draw, on the third week they both lost, and the only difference is that Huna actually lost the 4th week as well, while HC Gaming got a draw out of it. So the only difference between these teams is actually 1 point, because they were able to get a draw.
Yeah, definitely. And see if anyone can really start to give themselves some kind of little ray of sunlight in this fairly dire leaderboard that they're currently stuck in, as we're going to see the first ban coming out once more for the third and final time, hopefully. Fiora, counted out by Shen on 8-second gaming.
Respecting that Shen that we saw in the first game of today, well, of the series of today that I casted with you on X and Glamour Girls, Shen actually did a really good job, but taking out this pick also to find Keitler and also Vinci, because we saw it. Shen is able to do a pretty good jungle. Lulu also getting banned. That's a normal ban. No need to explain that one. What we need to take into account is Graga is going to pass on the champion select, his Malphite. Well, not because he's going to get banned on the second rotation of HCG. Also, Nautilus is available, Gragas is available, all the AD carries are still available, and even Poppy. We didn't see Poppy today.
No, certainly not. And to be fair, Malphite getting taken away is perfectly fine, because we saw what a force of nature it's been in these previous series, that he has just the potential to completely turn around a team fight or just instantly win one for your own team. And at least getting banned out as well, not wanting to see that onto Una on 8-second gaming, and we'll have to see what the last ban is as we start to get to the last few seconds of this rotation. And
Ezreal. So this leaves a lot of open picks available for Theuna, but also this is going to leave 2 picks available for the second rotation. 2 picks out of those prioritizing picks. So you either take one of those OPs, let's call it, and you leave 2 open for 8SG. Or what are you going to do? Focus on your own strategy.
Yeah, I think perfectly fine to pick up a strong bot lane if they decide to. If nothing gets picked up from Freehuna, then you could easily pick up some either a strong AD carry or support on 8-second gaming. And Poppy does get locked in for Kittler, potentially in that top side, or it could go over to Ranby as support.
Yeah, but either way, they get the Poppy. This is the flex pick, so nothing showing accordingly to this except, well, if it's going Kittler top with Poppy, that's a split push coming in, and also some really good presence on the big team fight, pushing someone away from the team fight and then actually fighting accordingly to that, getting the numbers on your side. On the other side though, Uner is looking at this Gragas, he fancies it. He has been playing Gragas recently, and also he played in the previous week if I'm not mistaken. Uner is a really good jungler, he's able to get the early pressure on the game, he's actually really good at those ganks, so why not lock in the Gragas?
Yeah, certainly, and it is such a strong pick as well, being able to use that as a flex for aggression or disengage, and Nautilus Lucian is locked in. Seems like it was a fairly simple choice for them to make in the end, as Nautilus gets locked in for that top side, and Lucian for AD carry. It is a strong AD carry, and it's perfectly fine to be picking something like that up in the early rotations.
I'm looking at this pick from Poppy on a really different way. This could not be the pick to just take the Poppy, but also to steal it away from Chrome C. Remember when Chrome C played Poppy? He's a beast with Poppy, but he's also a beast with Nautilus. And if he's able to understand the Poppy that we know he understands, he will be able to play against Poppy as well. Sometimes stealing a good champion of someone is actually a bullet on your foot.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to see how he's going to go for this matchup, because if he understands Poppy so well, he'll know how to play against it. And picking out that Nautilus is clearly a sign that he knows what to be picking into it. As we see Jin being hovered, I know you love it, Ark. Would you like to see it? And it gets swapped at the last second.
I know this is not happening. I love Jin, so you know a Jin pick would be just roses for me.
Ark crease every time.
So Lee Sin and Corki still not showing a lot, except the fact that they are able to get a lot of peel. You either kick in someone or kick out someone or hammer in somebody away from the fight and fight accordingly to that. So if you want, you can actually take 4 members out of a team fight with those 2 picks. And then, well, you isolated someone, he's gonna down.
Perfectly fine to be hovering on this Braum right now. Really good strong lane with Lucian, as we've seen in the previous games today as well. And we'll have to see what they're going to choose to go for. Looks like they're going to go for that Gragas in the jungle, so they're going to leave their mid lane up for the last pick to try and counter either this Corki or whoever they decide to pick up, depending on how they want to lane this.
But you need a strong mid lane, and you need someone who is able to just pack a punch. And probably I can see Vespyr coming in with Victor, because you need wave clear to fight off the poke that they're building in, and also you need a good AoE presence. And you have Gragas, you do have Chrome C, so those are 2 sorts of magical damage, but they are not reliable, and the wave clear is almost non-existent. So you need someone with a strong wave clear. On the left side though, 3 Hunter are thinking about what they could actually build from this, because Corki could go as an AD carry as well. This is a flex pick. So is Kittler with a Poppy.
Yeah, definitely. It's perfectly fine to be able to picking up a really strong mid lane. If you go for something like a Victor, that would be pretty much a complement to this team comp, as they look to be hovering Darius and Lux. And Twisted Fate getting picked up. And Darius in that top side to go into Nautilus. Oh my.
Okay, I'm giving you time, because if I start talking, my gosh, I'm not going to shut up. But because of this, oh my gosh, I loved it. This is actually a pick for the mid lane, because Braum, Gragas, and Nautilus deals them magical damage, and you need more physical damage and wave clear, and Zed is capable of doing that. Oh, I love this.
It's a perfectly good strategy coming out, and I actually really like this support Poppy, because it's just going to be horrible. If you can jump on top of Traptrix, who's going to be dashing around on Lucian, you can immediately stop everything, and he's either got to flash or just give in, and it can easily lead to some unsolid kills with that early aggression. Looks like he's going to be going for that Ignite as well, so the level 2 coming out of the bot lane for Frihuna is going to be absolutely horrible.
Okay, so looking at the big picture, because this is such a big picture, we need to zoom out to actually see the whole thing. You bring Darius in. The champion select was gorgeous. I gotta say, on both sides, it was gorgeous. Not revealing anything whatsoever. That little Gragas peak almost threw them out of board, because okay, you do have 2 sorts of magical damage, so you could expect physical damage, then they swap it over to just not show it. That was the only thing that was a little bit of the edge, but aside from that, it was gorgeous on both sides. Now you do have a lot of map presence by Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate will be able to rotate to the top lane to get Darius. I believe Lee Sin will camp a little bit to the top side in the beginning of the game. If you get Darius rolling, it's done. It's done. You can TP back, you can TP bot. With Twisted Fate, you have a 5-man squad with a fed Darius who will be able to just clean up with that little beautiful axe. And that's just steamrolling, because Poppy will be able to lock them in with the hammer.
Yeah, and I think the lanes are pretty horrible on both sides. They've got some really favourable lanes either way. Frihuna have got that interesting top lane with Darius going into Nautilus. He's going to have so much pressure that he can just constantly push down. And with those Riptide nerfs, it's going to be hard for him to keep clearing consistently to keep up in CS, because Darius can just constantly push in and push in and push in. And if you go too far forward, then he's just going to punish you so hard with those hemorrhage stacks. Meanwhile, though, in that bot lane, I think it's pretty much an even side as to who's going to come out on top, because it's either going to be, if the catch is there from Poppy and Corki, then they can easily level 2 just burst a Lucian out, or even Braum.
yeah.
Either way, especially packing that ignite. But at the same time, if you don't land that burst and you get caught by the Braum, by the Lucian, then it could easily be a turnaround for a first blood the other way.
Also because the Unbreakable actually denies the Phosphorus Bomb in all. You can just delete that skill if you're able
Yeah,
to bring the
definitely.
Unbreakable at the right time. Not only the damage, but also the AoE. So this is just such a specific game on every single lane. You get such a specific game on every single lane, even in the jungle. I just
Yeah.
love the matchup in the mid lane. Zed versus Twisted Fate. This is going to be ridiculous. Two champions that I haven't been seeing a lot, but I love the synergy between them, because even though Twisted Fate is so good at map pressure and oh my gosh, here comes the Destiny, Zed is also really good at rotating.
Yeah, I mean, both sides have got some really good tools in their kit to be able to outplay the other team, and I think that's mainly what this game is going to be. It's going to be who can counter the others stronger, because you've got so many ways of just deleting parts of people's kits. Like, you've got Poppy to stop the Gragas engage with his body slam. You can stop the Braum from jumping on as well, and even Lucian from dashing away. Then on the other side, you've got Braum, who can stop most of the ranged poke that can come out from Corki, from Twisted Fate, and even from Lee Sin to an extent, because you can sponge that resonating strike away. And then in the mid lane, you've got the counterplay between Zed and Twisted Fate, which is just so... It's going to be fairly intense once it hits 6 to see whether Vespyr is just going to all in immediately and dodge out that gold card with the Death's Mark and just go full ham for the kill.
I want to see if Zed is going to bring that Dusk Blade. I know it's not the best cost-efficient item, and it's rather expensive to what it does, but oh my goodness, once you get it, it's ridiculous. I gotta say, ridiculous. Also, I want to see the runes that Zed is packing in, because recently, this is from my own experience, and I've been playing ranked. Yeah, again, I know. I've left those things a long time ago, and I've been playing Pantheon with a specific rune page, which is when you want to go deep, which brings 21 armor penetration, flat. Also, you got armor, you got magic resist, so you're not lacking on anything. You bring just a lot of armor penetration. And I grow first item Serrated Dirk, and then go for the Dusk Blade. And I gotta tell you, I finished the game with over 80 armor pen flats, and it doesn't matter what you do. The Dusk Blade, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, if you get enough armor penetration and just start dealing true damage to champions, then it just becomes it just becomes an absolute slaughter as you just start to cut through them like butter, so to speak.
So I believe Zed could bring that one, but I know he's going to bring the static runes. I just love when people just mess with things. Like the further off battle trundle and that thing. I just love when you just pull those shenanigans and nobody is expecting that. As we're trying to jump into the Summoner's Rift, we are listening to the beautiful sound of the ambience, and there we are, Summoner's Rift and the pause. Great play to stop the hype.
Yeah, lovely pause there to just stop everything that we were hoping to achieve. So for the runes and masteries, we're seeing
this pause, bro. This pause is for you guys at the chat to vote on your favorite teams.
Exactly. So we'll have to see how that vote goes while we're waiting. But at the same time, the runes and masteries on these teams are being fairly mirrored, apart from in that bot lane where the ADCs are both rocking. One side is rocking further of battle, which is Traptrix, and Traplord is running the Thunderlords. So he's got that. He's going for that full burst potential on Corki, especially early on. And then in those supports, Nightwind is rocking Strength of the Ages for that extra health, while Rambi has got Grasp of the Undying to try and just get that extra little bit of damage and sustain.
Bro, listen to me, bro. Can you imagine what Zed has? 15 armor penetration. This is happening. He listened to the gods of penetration. Okay, I shouldn't say this, yeah. But he got that penetration coming in.
He does indeed have the penetration, Akaram, and
I love it.
I'm sure that has made you very happy in all regions of your body right now.
Oh yeah, you have no idea. I can't discuss this, but this is a PG-13.
Exactly. So we'll have to just wait it out and see how these connection issues unfold as time goes on. Clearly putting the early mind games in straight away.
Okay, so 30 armor for Twisted Fate. And Zed is going to bypass half of that armor. I
Immediately.
mean, and he already bought that longsword, you know? He's going for this build. He's going for penetration, maximum penetration, which is absurd on Zed. You're going to deal true damage on every single skill.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Also, like to point out Vespyr's his beautiful shopping mechanics. 2 seconds into the game, and the only one who have actually bought an item out of everybody. Clearly showing his mechanical prowess there as we come in.
Also, when you want to go for that sort of build, most of the times you need 14 longswords. By the way,
I don't think it's enough long swords personally. I think
14? It's not enough. Oh my gosh, I'm failing in something. I gotta rebuild my pantheon.
You gotta look for the long swords, man.
I don't know, man. I just think the nerf on pantheon was not enough. I just gotta say that, because if I'm able to 100% to 8% HP in 1 second, it's not enough. It's not enough. Hey, we're back on the Summoner's Rift, guys.
Yep, enough talking about the freelo from Pantheon right now, as there isn't a Pantheon in this game as we start to head out towards what I believe could be an invade coming out from somebody. Oh, no, they're just going to head off to standard lanes. They
Both
juked me,
teams
they all
have
grouped
the
up.
possibility.
Looks like
Okay,
so it looks like Frihuna are just going to set up for standard as they ping out every single entrance, and not really going to be able to go for much as they spam ping themselves.
If you look at both teams, you do see the potential of invade from both of them. Darius is Darius, okay? You can just stack the bleed on everybody, or even it preempts the entire team, and that's a lockdown. Lee Sin, it's Lee Sin, that's the early game. Twisted Fate will be able to lock down with the yellow card. Corki has a lot of damage at the level 1. Also, if he comes with the Gatling gun when you are invading, that's your entire armor and magic resist completely nullified in a second. And Poppy has a shield, he's able to lock someone down, he's able to do whatever she wants. On the other side, Nautilus roots on everybody, Gragas has the sexiest belly on League of Legends, Zed is also capable of dealing a tremendous amount of damage, Lucian level 1, come on, and Braum as well. So 10 champions that are able to come in and get a bloodthirsty level 1 and nobody does anything. I'm completely sad. I'm sad.
It feels bad when it happens. When you've got two sides who are like the perfect comp that you'd want to just go straight in and face check a bush, and they just sort of say, nah, not this time, and just head for standard lanes. But we're actually going to see a lane swap coming out.
It's not standard.
Well,
on LCS it is.
Yeah, it's standard for the first 20 seconds as they decide not to go for the invade, and then they go for a lane swap. So going a little bit off, but at the same time we'll see Darius is going into what looks like a double jungle with Una, and we'll have to see whether Darius going for a double jungle with Vinci, and he's going to head back up to that top side, but already getting pushed in hard by Nightwind and Traptrix, who's still level 1.
He lost an entire lane just because of this. Was he expecting Traptrix to just freeze the lane? Because now they're going to get level 2, he's still at level 1, he won't be able to do anything about this, he even receives a piercing light, so this could be troublesome. He has no idea where Gragas is, and he's going to receive some poke. This is preparing to be a team dive.
If they're gonna go for a team dive, that's perfectly fine with what they're doing right now, because Una and Chromesy are heading up, and that feels bad. When Kittler queued the wave to get as much damage down as possible, but all it did was deny himself every single minion from that wave, so he's still on 1 farm.
Nautilus as well, but Nautilus is receiving that sweet XP on the jungle. By the way, Crash is getting favored by the RNG gods, because I was watching him farming, and in the 3 early CS that he took, he got 6 gold, 5 gold, 6 gold. See, 6 again. He's getting the max out of the passive. It's 1 to 6, not 6 to 6. Jeez.
Well, as TF says, like, what is the fun in playing a game that isn't loaded? You know. So he's clearly got the dice loaded in his favor.
Sin approaching the mid lane, waiting for that little shadow to be procced, while there's two members from 3 Huna trying to sneak and peek at the top side to receive some sort of experience, but the amount of CC that team is packing, you don't want to fight that. They're now going to reset the waves as... Oh, all of them are going to take the gold. What is this?
Interesting. So they decided to not give over the local gold to anybody in particular, and they just all take it for the 4 members. A little bit strange, but it looks like the lane swap is being slightly countered. Vinci is down at the bottom and he is pushing, but instant Rift Herald call coming out of 8-second gaming.
If this happens to be Rift Herald play, back it all up to the top side again to receive this little wave that is approaching and try to get to the tier 2 turret, that would be glorious, but I don't think this is it.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that this bot lane still hasn't gone down, and it's been slowly pushed up. It will potentially go down on this next wave. It looks like not going to be able to get down in time. Chromesea could have TP'd, but he's choosing to just stay on the top side. As Vespyr goes aggressive and does a lot of damage onto Crash, who almost bites it for the first blood.
No armor, that's what happened. Respect that little guy.
Yeah, especially starting Dorans with only a few pots. I mean, you don't really have the sustain to be able to keep on pressuring against somebody who's got that amount of armor pen and can just do practically the full level of damage possible. Chromesea getting bullied around by Kittler as we would expect. Gets pulled
nice
back
pull.
in.
He's angry, he might deal a lot of damage, he's going to get all those little stacks bleeding on Nonulus. It's not enough, but leaves him just bleeding on the lane. If he wants to farm, he needs to put himself at risk, so Daria's realizing that, okay, I'm pulling myself into a little bit of a gank because Unner actually tries to gank a lot on the Chromesea. So he's trying to get the vision, but Yunner is on the top side on the bot side of the jungle, while those pesky little minions, completely buffed, even though it's only damage-wise, are going to push on that tier 1 turret on the bot side.
Yeah, definitely. Going to put a little bit of pressure down. Missed hook there by Kittler, but gets pulled back in by Chromesea, who is fairly low, but he's got the shield available to counter out any damage that comes back. He'll just back off now, and it looks like he's probably just going to TP straight back up to top lane. His Kittler on about half health and mana.
Bot lane Rambi wants to do something about this, but it's almost impossible. The damage you would receive by those minions alone, it's way too high. Oh, TP to the wrong minion. It would be on the siege minion. That would be perfect.
Yeah, an interesting play there. Just going to go straight in and try to get as much pressure down as possible to get this wave. Looks like Kittler has backed and he's heading towards the top side. He has got TP available, so he can join in the bot if they go for a fight, and it looks like Crash has been caught out.
Oh, the flash engage. This could be the first blood unless he flashes away. Yunner follows it up. He's completely isolated. The red card is enough to get the damage flowing in. Here comes Darius. He pulls them in, pinning the entire team of 8CG. He gets to stand behind me. But Vinci, he's looking for the kill. He's fencing it, but Kittler just plows on it and takes the second kill.
Lovely play by Frihuna to be able to capitalize on 8-second gaming's over-aggression. Unearth saw blood as he went straight for Kresh, who did flash the wall and had the ignite burning on him, but it just wasn't enough in the end, as he just gets caught out so deep in enemy territory.
And also they're going to take the dragon out of this. Oh, a fight. Level 5 versus level 6. He has more penetration kicking in, by the way. He bought that Serrated Dirk first item. He's going for the Almost Ghost Blade. I like this. So he's able to bypass almost all the armor that Twisted Fate has. Let me just take a peek at it. He's currently sitting at 27 armor penetration, while Twisted Fate has 42 armor. So, yeah.
Yeah, so he hasn't really got anything that he can do to sort of equalize the damage that'll be coming out of Vespyr, as he's just basically going full ham. But at the same time, this lead that he's accruing isn't really meaning anything across the map, as they've only really got one turret, but it was from the lane swap, and this mid lane in pressure hasn't been able to really make anything happen yet, but he is going aggressive.
Oh, beautiful juke on a yellow card. Let him pop open like a balloon.
Yeah, exactly as we said in Champ Select, is as soon as it hits that point where you've got the death mark available, you can just go straight in, dodges the yellow card, and that's a perfect combo to be able to finish him off. Oh, bit of aggression being shown on this bottom side, but I don't think much is going to come of it, as Poppy is there as well. Slight level advantage towards 8-second gaming, but Rihuna are feeling confident.
Oh, level 6. He has the stacks available. He only needs one more to get angry. And there we go. Keitler is completely mad. He has the execution available. Grasp of the Undying is helping him. And he splits apart the Nautilus.
Yeah, unfortunate hook there coming out of Chrome C, who gets denied the escape mechanism and just hooks into Kittler, and Kittler basically says, okay, you're gonna die now, as he slowly slaps him to death with that axe and then just finishes off with the big execute, because he gets that Noxian Might off every single time in these fights.
Didn't even went back, forcing Unit to go to the top side. He wants to do something as Gragas, but the only thing he did was die. Falling behind with this sort of champion, it's actually really heavy on Gragas to do it. And how can you come back? You do have level 6, so you need to go into a lane where you are able to get some gold advantage. And what lane is that? Mid lane. Wait for Elias Fire ultimate and then go to the mid lane to use this Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to do something, because at this point of the game... Oh, gang coming in mid.
Oh, sad face. Crash has no way out of this, and Vinci is putting himself in the same position. And Traptrix takes the second one.
Definitely not a good idea there. Vinci came in and thought he could do something, but didn't even use the Dragon's Rage in the end, and just basically gives his life away for free. Kittler is hanging around, and he is fairly strong. Has that Phage and a couple of longswords, so he's got the damage available.
Vespyr still has his ultimate, so if they don't respect him, someone will go down. It doesn't matter who, they will go down.
Definitely, using that culling aggressively to push the wave so that they can continue to siege. Crash is coming up though, and he's almost there. He's got Vinci in backup as well. He's to go for the dive.
Keitler is going to get stunned without any counterplay in this situation. Nautilus was not taking the turret, it was Braum. So they're going to trade 1 for 1. Turret is still getting the beating out of her life, but the Wave Leader comes in, and it's Traplord that is able to do it with that Corki and special package. You gotta respect that. That's the only way they were able to get pressured off.
Another solid dupe coming out of Vespyr as well, able to deathmark another gold card and just go straight over to land as much damage as possible. And this is the problem with this matchup, is once it hits 6, it becomes so hard for Twisted Fate to really make anything happen. He either has to bait out that ultimate, which is really hard to do because it has that little bit of reaction time. Traplord going fairly low, and he's gotta be careful. That's a Fed Z.
So he goes back, he almost goes Blade. More 10 penetration because it amplifies as you buy the Almost Ghost Blade. There we go. And then go for the second Serrated Dirk and probably the Dusk Blade or even the X Drinker, which is going to give you more penetration. Overall, at this point, he's sitting at, let me see, 37 armor penetration.
Yeah, I mean, Dusk Blade would be okay, but there's not really anything to make use of the passive itself, so you'd only really be buying it for the armor penetration itself, which is perfectly fine to do. And Nightwind does hang around close, and Kittler fails the grab. He's not able to really make any picks there, but there's a little siege coming in now, and it feels like it's sort of devolving into a little bit of an ARAM now for Rihuna.
They really want to take one turret, but the problem is Zed is pushing on the top side, and someone has to be called to the top side. Vinci is able to safeguard into a ward, getting away from that, well, not good position, as I might say, but someone has to respond to this. Somebody has to go to the top side. If Twisted Fate is going top, he's going to die.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Twisted Fate can't really do anything into this Zed, and at the minute it just feels like Rihuna are just so much further behind than they actually are, because it doesn't feel like they've got anything to really answer. As the mid lane starts to go down, Poppy getting hooked up, lovely cancel.
Keeper's Verdict was just cancelled by a beautiful Bailey, so she's going down. Zed was there to try and take another kill, as he's able to pop up the Almost Ghost Blade, deals half damage to that Corki alone without even the Thunderlords. So that was a double shuriken with no Thunderlords.
That's pretty horrible is what it is. I think there's not really anything they can do as it gets caught, but not able to really do enough damage from Kittler as he manages to throw out a few abilities, but it just feels like Frihuna just don't have a lot of presence in this game. They're just sort of they had a really good start where they managed to pick up some good kills from the early aggression of 8-second gaming, but now it just feels like they haven't really got anyone other than Kittler who can sort of square off any of these lanes.
Oh, Vespyr is going to get caught after the flash. He comes in with his damage. He's going to be able to pop him open.
Wow. So it's impressive that he managed to even take out Kittler there with that death mark. But at the same time, Crash picking up a kill, that's going to help him. And Engage coming in.
Oh, it's Hunan getting caught out of position. Corki is going to get hooked, but I don't think he has a follow-up damage. Chromesy is getting so low, but here comes the minions helping. Those minions are empowered by that Rift Herald, so the damage kicking in is so absurdly high. Crash gets the yellow card, but also gets slowed down. Traptrix is there to deal the damage. He's there to take the double kill, and the advantage just extends for 8CG.
Yeah, exactly. And Kittler's coming in. He's got TP, but he's just going to walk it out, and he hasn't really got much that he can do. He hasn't got ultimate, so he can't just go ham and get resets for days. And I really like what Una did in that fight, as he did get interrupted. Ow.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know what he was expecting.
yeah, that's the thing, is if you don't have ultimate and you can't just kill anybody in the fight, then there's not really much point in just going further forward, because the enemy team from 8-second gaming is just so tanky. I mean, they've got Chrome C and they've got Una who can just tank for days, as well as Nightwind, able to block any sort of give them that little bit of damage. And getting caught.
The bait goes accordingly as Chromesy is forced to flash away, but Platin Ramby is going down surely. Nightwind is able to stand behind his fellow teammate as a TP comes in, but the slow is there. Traptrix is apprehended and shipped down. So this could be the dragon play for 3Huna that they so desperately need. But Sandy is around the corner.
Yeah, they really need something, and there's not really much pressure coming out from anyone. Vespyr is hanging off to the side. They have spotted him, but he isn't able to make anything happen as he sort of hangs around, but he's just going to go back to split pushing a little bit. As 8-second gaming, Frihuna all show up on that mid lane.
He's nothing more than that little coyote that is trying to get one member separated from the flock.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like he's rushing towards that Black Cleaver, already building up that Phage, so he's going to try and shred the... If he wasn't shredding enough armor already, he's going to shred the rest of it now with that percentage bonus that he keeps on stacking up.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
Like, you get the percentage penetration, you get the flat penetration, you just got to make sure that it doesn't matter if you build a Chain Vest, on a Thorn Mail, or whatever you do. No armor is going to come in. So better just build HP at this point.
Yeah, currently it is just the point of you kind of just want to build HP, but you need to get the effectiveness out of the armor as well, so anything at this point would be better than nothing, but they're not really able to do much in these fights because, as we say, like, everyone's just so far behind, it feels, in comparison.
Okay, but what do you do now? At this point, 8SG have the lead. They have the packet punch that they need to do to get this game rolling, but if they don't push, they're just allowing 3Huna to take gold from those pushed waves. They're going for the Rift Herald, but where do they take this buff now?
I mean, they have to take it somewhere, because as long as you use it, then you're going to get the pressure down. They should really push it on the top side, because Chromesy can just clear the wave in the mid, and then potentially rotate up as well. You've got multiple members up, and you've got some good vision already going down, so it's perfectly fine to do this. Vespyr does get caught on the split pushing in the top bottom row.
But that's the death mark kicking in, the damage is surreal. The Ignite as well is able to dodge the hammer, and he gets 1 for 3. No problem there.
Yeah, gets 2v1'd in that bot line, but he's just so far ahead, he can just get the kill and then keep on pushing, because that level 7 to level 12, like Poppyverse said, you're not going to do anything in that bot side, so he's just going to consistently keep on pushing, and even her base damage being so good, you can clear the wave, but you can't really do anything, because then you've got the chance that Vespyr will just go on and just kill you.
Which means if they take this game, they're going to extend the lead that they have versus 300 on the standings as well. So they will be able to get closer to the 7th place. And meanwhile, Lunar is going to get completely out of position, way too deep, as they are focusing on the turrets. The minions are still attacking. They should have given enough time for this. They don't need to commit themselves in these situations.
Yeah, it seems very unnecessary to go in there. What we didn't see on the bottom side was Crash managed to walk up, flash, ignite, gold card, Vespyr.
There's a Destiny. Twisted Fate is coming into the top lane. This could be really bad for HCG. It's just picking them up and killing them down and taking the ace.
Yeah, the extended ace coming out. Unner and Vespyr got killed a long time ago, but it doesn't matter when they haven't even got up in time and everybody else goes down. Because it's just so well played by Frihuna. Crash saved his destiny because he just walked down and flashed onto Vespyr, who had no energy, he had no death mark available, so it was just an easy pickup for him. And then follow that up with the fact that you can just destiny straight back onto the top side while the rest of your team's there, and it's just a really good set of plays from Frihuna to pick up multiple kills.
And is this overconfidence? Is this the team just getting overconfident in the lead that they have? They had actually 6,000 gold lead in 18 minutes, and they are now down to 2,000 lead. This is a lot.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a misplay on the side of 8-Second Gaming. I mean, they had such a heavy lead, they didn't really need to dive on that top side, so they lose Unner for pretty much nothing, and then after that it becomes a point of just, why are you still hanging around? You should just be running and backing, because there's not really anything you can do. You can't keep on staying, because you've got the potential from Crash to come straight back in, as he did, and it should have really been called out by the team.
The game slows down a little bit. Chrome C is also behind in terms of gold by a lot. Vespyr is looking for the target. He doesn't have Ignite, but he does have the Shadow Mark. He uses it now, but I do believe Keitler is able to rotate back to the tower. But the flash in and the damage is enough to seal the deal. The Sonic Wave follows up the target, and the yellow card is there for the shutdown. Chrome C is now alone in the enemy lines. The yellow card is going to lock him in just a little bit further, and the kick on the face is going to bring him even closer. The blue card is not enough, and the safe card isn't there, as the wild cards are not enough to kill Chrome C.
And Chrome C, is he really gonna get out of here? He's getting chased down by Vinci, and the Destiny comes out.
I guess not. All the hype for the escape, and at the end he still dies.
Kind of thankful that happens, otherwise I think I would have had to question my sanity a little bit, because everything was burned onto him, and he did just do a beautiful flash over the wall, but wasn't just enough in the end. And what we didn't see is in the bottom lane, turret did go down, and it's another lovely push coming out of 8-Second Gaming, able to just capitalize on these. Whenever Frihuna show up on the map, there always seems to be multiple members pushing in different areas. Every lane seems to be consistently pushed in at every point of the game, and Crash allowed to just back. I feel Nightwind could have really went for that one there.
The gold lead is almost completely closed in, so Vespyr needs to get that split push. He does have the ultimate back available, and I believe he's going for that X-Trinket, as I told you before, going for the Mauve Malmortius. I do believe it would be a better buy than Black Cleaver itself. I know it might sound crazy, but it's cheaper, and it's also getting a lot of magic resist and the shield to fight Twisted Fate that, well, it's the second time that he needed it.
Yeah, Maw is a great item as well, because once it pops and gives you that lifeline, then you can just keep on getting so much heals from that spell vamp and lifesteal that it gives you.
So, the Black Cleaver rush, I don't think it was the best idea in this situation that he's currently sitting in. I know he was just packing a lot of lead over the other lines, so he wanted to get further penetration on percentage. Rambi is completely caught by the Dredge line, but here comes Vinci to the back line. But a good disengage by Nightwind is going to buy them enough time. Vespyr goes in, but goes down before he's able to do anything about this. 1-for-1 support for mid laner. There's the disengage by Unner. They want the dragon, but they're going to lose more than they hoped for.
Yeah, a little bit too hungry there by Vespyr to go in, and it does get punished by the good follow. Crash lands the gold card because the death mark had already been used by Vespyr onto Poppy, and after that it's just a simple pickup because he's already stunned up, and Kittler getting caught.
Okay, but they have no flash. Good Eprian brings 3 of them together. Kytler wants 1. He just needs to get the reset. So he's completely mad at this point. He does have to disengage. But again, HCG are showing why they are at the bottom standings.
Yeah, 8-Second Gaming really aren't doing a good job of capitalizing on this game. They've managed to slowly drain this lead away, and it's back down to a 1k difference as it's 15-15, all even in kills, and the pressure is slightly being equalized now as the team, as Freehunter are starting to really start to put the grip around this map.
They had the game. They act complete control of the game.
Yeah.
Complete control, and one misplay just threw them off the horse. I actually think when they misplayed on the top side, it was actually, okay, a mistake, overconfidence, let's go back, rethink, regroup in what we need to do. But they are actually trying to play the game again as they were when they died before.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
They are playing accordingly to a lead that they lost almost 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, really not respecting the fact that they aren't that far ahead anymore, and they've got to be careful because, oh, catch on to Gragas.
Speckle package is going to get Huner really low, and Lee Sin is able to follow it up with the resonating strike. Vespyr though is trying to fight Kytler, but here comes the Destiny. Yellow card on Trap Tricks, beautiful cleans there, and Vinci is now just running for his life with the tails between his legs. Vespyr is going to get apprehended, and I do believe this is going in favor of Kytler, but the death mark is popped. He's able to juke it back, and here comes Vinci. They realize where Vespyr is, and he has no vision of where the enemy team is, and I do believe Zed was cosplaying Lee Sin because he was blind as a bat.
Yeah, so it's a little sad when you're getting chased by someone such as Darius, he just needs to get in range, pop that ultimate or one auto attack, and you'll go down. So you're like, okay, I'll just flash this wall, and oh, okay, never mind, the entire team's there. So,
Guys, I did it, don't worry. Oh, damn.
oh, never mind. So yeah, it does get caught out in the end, and now we're seeing this lead really starting to fizzle out as Freehunter are actually ahead in kills, and they're starting to put the pressure back on. Doing a really good job of keeping themselves in this game, waiting for their power spikes, and then landing these good team fights where they can catch the overextensions from 8-Second. I mean, Vespyr pushing extremely hard on the top lane, tries to 1v1 Kittler, who's the Fed team member of Freehunter, and he can just sustain back up for days with that Grasp of the Undying and the little bit of damage that he has. The high damage that he has.
Zed just went for the Quicksilver Sash. I do realize you need to get rid of that yellow card proc and also the bleed stacks, but the fact is, the X-Drinker would help you a lot, as we discussed. The Quicksilver Sash versus the Twisted Fate is able to remove the yellow card, but the damage still comes in if he doesn't decide for something more smart, which is, okay, both carries have the Quicksilver Sash, okay, I'll just go for the red card. So either you cleanse the slow, and I'm dealing AoE damage, by the way, so I'm dealing damage to both of you, slow to both of you.
Yeah.
So either you both guys cleanse the slow and you lose an item, or you're going to get slowed and just piled on top.
Yeah, interesting thing to see that. It's better to have a QSS than not have it at this point.
Oh,
but
by
at the
far,
same
yeah.
time, it does not really give you that much effectiveness if you basically cleanse one CC to just be followed up by even more, because obviously Vinci can't just kick you away, or Kittler can pull you off, and there's a lot of peel on the side of Freehunter to be able to keep Vespyr away from all the backline.
And it's one of the first times, I gotta say, you will probably agree with me, it's one of the first times that we are seeing a Lee Sin not do anything in the early game and coming back in the late.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he's done such a good job of like playing in this mid-game role of just being relevant and just sticking around. And although he wasn't sort of making any flashy plays early on, getting any first bloods, doing any super strong counter invades, we were seeing him just basically showing up, and that was all that was necessary of him, and landing the good utility to be able to follow up some solid resonating strikes, waiting out flashes, and being able to just land these good kills when it's necessary.
So Lee Sin late game confirmed on Vespyr League. This is happening.
Yeah, Lee Sin late game. Late game spike too strong.
Meanwhile, 2 deadmans played for the top side and the jungler we are talking about. Vinci finds himself Uner, but just saves cards away. This is the thing about Lee Sin. Okay, I go in. Oh, too risky. I go out. So that mobility is allowing him to just bait so many cooldowns from HCG that then they have nothing to reply with for a couple of seconds, which is allowing Trihuna to take some objectives.
Yeah, and Duna, I like this play from Vinci, being able to go aggressive, but not go too ham, because he saved his ward jump with followed by Dragon's Rage, or the Flash Dragon's Rage, because he knew that everybody else has showed up right next to him, and he was like, oh, I don't want that. Oh,
my
good hook.
Gosh. Zonia's is popped. Verdix is also there. They're just buying time for Kittler. Zed didn't make the move. Intraptrix is already piling up on kills. He pops and he almost goes played. He goes for the AD carry. There's no quick silver sash on Corki. And he goes back. That's a double kill though. Oh my gosh, Kittler wanted the triple, but he was not able to do so. But the bleeding effects is still there as Twisted Fight is able to burn the HP out of Lars Fight with the Ignite. What a messy team fight. Oh, Destiny, do you want to do it?
He's not going to follow it up, just in case of the Brown passive to follow up. But yeah, that was such a good play by Kittler to just keep going aggressive. He got the resets, and it was just unfortunate that he wasn't able to keep on resetting, because he probably could have just killed the entire team if he'd been given the chance. But really well played by Frihuna to just pull back that team fight that looked to be going so messily for them.
Here comes the dragon. This is the objective that they want. This is the 4th dragon, by the way. We haven't been talking about this. The team that had such a big lead have not been able to get a dragon, a single one.
Yeah, nothing at all, and I mean, really getting shut out this game, really, by Frihuna, who they've done a good job. The thing is, like, 8-Second Gaming have been so far ahead, it feels weird that they haven't been able to pick up even a single one, when Frihuna have managed to pick up every single one, with these little bits of gaps in pressure that they've had, where basically they manage to pull back a kill here, a kill there, and then they basically say, okay, let's get a turret, oh, wave's not there, we can get dragon instead, and they're doing such a good job of stacking those up. Next dragon will be such a horrible thing to have, and considering it's only going to be at the 35-minute range, like, that's fairly early to be having 5 dragons.
So the game is now on red alert for HCG. What can you do to fight off a team with 4 dragons in such a big lead in terms of presence on the team fight? They were able to close in 6,000 gold lead. They were able to get back into a game that they were behind 10 kills, and now they are on the lead. And even though they're behind in turrets, if they're able to get the turrets now, because they only have 3 turrets, they will be able to get a pretty huge lead if they're able to take those 3 turrets that are missing in.
Yeah, this is not the team you want the 5th dragon on either, because if you get that aspect of the dragon so that you get the extra burn onto Corki and Twisted Fate, who are just going to continuously throw out poke onto you to keep on doing damage, and then you've got bloody Kittler going full ham in the backside, going as bloody as possible, because he's just going to be stacking up those hemorrhages and get so much damage from that increased AD.
And it's not a problem of vision, because if you look at the wards that HCG have been putting on, they have the complete vision of the map. They are just not responding accordingly to it.
Yeah, they're not really. It feels like they're very much playing catch up now. They were happy enough to split push consistently before, but there's no one really on that top side. It looks like Vespyr is going to keep on pushing that mid lane and then join in. Kittler is hanging around in the jungle though, looking to try and catch him out in case he comes back.
Special package. Do you use it now? You have the potential for it. Let me just see, how long do you have until the package is over? Now. Okay.
I think the answer would have been no, because Kittler wasn't there. So it would have still been a 4v4 under turret, and at this point, although you may not be behind anymore, you're certainly not ahead, and you're not fed enough to really be full 5-man diving the enemy team under turret, especially when it's a Braum, Gragas, and a the Nautilus, who are just going to throw out tons of CC.
The minions on the top side are pushing in. They will be able to get the second turrets of the top lane. Twisted Fight is on the mid lane. He has to rotate to the bot side, so Zed is waiting accordingly to it. But that little wolf spirit is going to spot him on, and Twisted Fight is smarter than that. He is able to juke that little shadow. He's already able to get that Zhonya's Lich Ban, and he's going for the Luden's Echo. So even though he was behind by so much, I mean, he was only watching the shadow of Zed throughout the entire game, and now he's actually able to get a lot of items, and I gotta say the Twisted Fate is probably more powerful than Zed at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly, he seems to be bringing a lot more power at this point, because although Zed has the survivability now to be able to dive straight in and not die instantly, thanks to that Sterak's Gauge, he's not really going to have anything to sort of keep himself relevant if he can't stick to the enemy carries. And even so, if you go full ham and abandon the rest of your team, then it just means that Kittler's gonna go straight on your team and keep on trying to snowball straight up.
Here's on the mid lane. Twisted Fate is alone. The pop is there. Yellow card is there as well. There's the Quicksilver popped. He's trying to face him, but the team fight erupts on the bot side. While Twisted Fate, oh, beautiful at Brienne, locking them up. And here comes the Keeper's Verdict to just keep Nautilus away from the fight. Twisted Fate is still running away from the Zed. But again, Zed was not able to kill a single target. A 1v1. Kittler comes in with a huge at the end again, but he's now exhausted. He's not able to get any sort of assistance as his team is just chasing on that Zed. They're able to take him down, but what now? Twisted Fate is alone. The body slam flash is there, and that's a shutdown. This is ACG coming back into the game. They follow it up. They find Corki. They want Rambi, they root Rambi on the ground, and even though she's the Keeper's Verdict, she's going down. She's wasting a lot of time though, and Traptrix is unstoppable. They now turn on Vinci, they now turn on Traplord, who's able to Valkyrie away, but this is HCG piling on the mistake of Yuna.
Yeah, if that was Huna's fight to lose, and they certainly lost it there. They could continuously chasing down Vespyr on that mid lane. They could have just turned around and potentially just walked out, but they really wanted that kill, and that's going to cost them as they lose multiple members in response. Doesn't mean that any specific objectives are going to go down though, and Dragon is coming up in 45 seconds, so there's a chance that 8 Second Gaming can pick up the first Dragon of the game, because they're certainly going to have to deny it from Frahuna.
What a weird matchup that was on the bot side. My gosh, was completely weird. And Darius did a heck of a job as well. He was able to take so much damage in and still buy enough time for his team, but it was not enough. As you told us, they are not behind anymore, but they are certainly not ahead. And this is going to all come down to the fact that who is able to take this one.
Yeah,
the fifth dragon is
Yeah, the thing is though that Darius did a really good job of doing damage and managing to peel off in that bottom side, but because of the team just basically ignoring and going off after Vespyr, they basically traded Kittler's life, and Kittler wasn't even low. He was on practically full HP, and he just got melted because he was on his own trying to 1v4 because everybody else just basically left him for dead.
This is the best team fight that they could hope for at this point. Who takes the dragon? Yuna is really low, so they can bait this in. They're going to start off the dragon. The top lane is pushing in, so if HCG are able to take this victory in this team fight, they might be able to take the game. Crumbsy is on the front line. He's going to take a lot of damage and not even feel it. Traplord is the Corki. He's dealing damage. VC is dead, so the jungler is down. Traplord is able to cleanse himself away from the death mark, but the ninja is still chasing on him, and the ignite is enough to kill him. Rambi is alone versus the Zed, and it's just not enough. Kittler on the other side is trying to bleed Braum, and he's going down. Here comes the Destiny. He locks him in, so it's actually a 2-for-4.
Yeah, and that was just mainly due to the fact that Kittler was just so strong right now. He's just consistently healing on the enemy team, and he just keeps on pushing and pushing and pushing, and it just feels like he's got to the point where you either have to focus him entirely down or not at all, and unlucky there to be able to not stop up Vespyr, who I'm sure his life's just flashed before his eyes.
Fifth dragon. So this is going to be the place of a lot of deaths for the rest of the game.
Yeah, certainly. They're going to keep on pushing down, and it looks like they're going to actually pressure it once more, and we're probably just going to see a repeat of what's just happened, of Frahuna trying to aggressively push in on this bot side to get the drag. Going to try and bait it out.
Face check from C is really tanky. We talked about this, but now there's a little bit of a difference. There's a special package now.
Yeah, exactly, and if that package comes across, as it looks like it's going to...
Traplord is going to get caught. He has a package. Is he going to use it to follow up on the back line as... Kittler is completely mad. Here's the package, but the damage is not that real. He's only able to slow it down. Destiny comes in. Crash goes to the other side. The yellow card traps on Traptrix. And the zone is set to try and save him. He fails the explosive Cask, but the belly's through to the side. But oh my gosh, Trapsies is alone. This could be the ace. This could be Trapalard taking up another kill. And this could be the 5th dragon. Traptrix, are they going to let him slide? Or are they going to chase? Because Traplord has a lot of damage, but so does Traptrix. If Traptrix looks around, he might take the kill. Oh, okay, not anymore. Thunderlord's Decree coming in, 5th dragon.
A little bit of poke coming out from Traplord was able to get him low enough so he could just auto it. I feel it was really questionable though, holding that package for so long when they were grouped up perfectly. And when you've got Kittler on that on the inside of it all, I mean, if you can split them up with that package, he can get a really nice Q off to get tons of healing back up. And I think it was just a little bit greedy to be holding it that long, and then he just sort of flew over into the blue buff, and it meant that he wasn't there to do any damage.
And also, if he used the package, as you told us, not only he would deal a lot of damage on those 3 guys that were just cluttered in, but also go to the back line and kill Traptrix.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it was just a little bit weird that he just held it for so long. Because especially when they were just heading to the river, and it looks like they're going to start off Baron here.
That pick is not yours, guys. That's Vision by the other team. Oh,
guys?
they're so fast. They're way too fast. They don't even care about Vision.
They do have 5th drag, so that was the perfect time to do it, because if you've got that 5th dragon, then you can just do the fight, and then if they come in, you've got the damage bonus, so you're perfectly fine to go ahead. But gonna push in on this top side. It looks like a Crash is gonna come up as well to try and group up with them, and they can't really do anything to this wave. Even if they decided to try and go aggressive and do something, even if they caught a carry, they wouldn't really want it because Kittler is just so strong right now.
Oh, Culling on the left side is not able to get himself closer, and the turret was destroyed so fast they can't even say Timo. Here comes the Aprian, locking down to Nightwind is on the front line. The Ninja is there to try and kill Twisted Fight, but he's completely golden. The explosive Cask is just going to spread him, but he's not stopping. Kittler is so tanky. He flashes in. He's going to get the dredge line on his face, but nobody can kill this guy. And you gotta say Noxia, because he's so mad. The Ninja goes back, goes on the Corki, but he flies high and true. And the team from 300 coming back from a deficit of 6,000 gold, completely pushed against their own turrets. And now Kiteler is going to sustain himself. What? Off
How is he
HP?
still
Oh my
alive?
goodness, this is insane! You gotta make a skin of a doctor for Darius because he's healing himself with no problem whatsoever as they take down the Nexus against HCG with no problem on the comeback.
That's insane. How did they manage to bring that back from so much? They did such a good job of continuously pushing and pushing and pushing for these little advantages, and Kittler just got so strong. I have a feeling that we're not going to be seeing Darius next game.
You feel?
I think it's pretty much either there's got to be some kind of counter to this, otherwise they're not going to be letting this through, because Kittler's just went full ham that game. He was pretty much locking them in their own fountain there, and I think it was mainly just off the strength of Kittler, the rest of the team following up and staying relevant, and then also 8 Second Gaming just consistently overextending, putting too much pressure where it's not really necessary.
My gosh, what a game to start off this series, because this is a best of 2, guys. It's not over, and these are 2 teams just clenching in and trying their best to get 1 or 2 or 3 points because they need to get out of the bottom standings. And we gotta say, both teams are pretty damn good. So this is just to show that Vespyr League is awesome to begin with. So don't touch that browser. I dare you, man. Don't touch that browser, because we are going to come back in a matter of a couple of minutes. You're going to see how this actually goes out.
Can't shake this feeling away. After all this time, I still break down at your name.
It's the last one. The last game of the day. The last day and the last game to finish week 5. So we can see how the standings are at the end of this one. It's 8C Gaming versus 300. 8C Gaming, the team that just built an enormous lead versus 300 and then lost it all on the waters of the bridge. And now it's Darius as the first ban, as you told us before, bro.
Yeah, there was no way that Darius was either going straight through, or they had to have some kind of counter in the mix. But personally, I think if it went that ham in the first game, it's probably better to just straight up take it away, because that was disgusting by Kittler. And it looks like Fiora and Ezreal are going to be banned once again. Fiora is such a horrible top laner to be playing against, and Ezreal can be such a pain when he starts stacking that blue build.
Talking about pain, Malphite is removed, so is Elise and Lulu, which in my understanding was 100% banned today.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu is just one of those champions, though, where you either ban it or pick it, because it is just such a good flex pick that can go pretty much anywhere. It doesn't reveal much of your composition, and it fits into pretty much anything.
But she's so cute.
She is cute, but she packs a lot of punch as well when she starts
yeah.
rolling, and especially once you get that Lich Bane, you can just push down turrets so hard.
Now, do you pick Pantheon and show us the true way of the penetration? No, I'm joking. Gragas is available. Jhin is available, guys. Come on, he has such a big
First
win
picking
rate.
Jhin would be interesting.
Do it! You gotta do it, man! Also, what else do you have? By the way, guys, we might have placeholders. What is placeholders, Akram? I gotta tell you, man. So, when a team doesn't have the specific champions, you pick someone else like Emmerdinger and you announce to the team and the staff what champion that is, because the rest of the team doesn't have the necessary champion. So you pick that weird champion, then you will actually tell the other team and the staff, we tell you guys, and then we leave the champion select to the last pick, and we come back to get the specific picks. So that's a placeholder. First pick, Poppy for Chrome C, who's a beast with that Poppy. But Kittler is going to bring the Shen.
Definitely, and Shen getting picked up in that potential top side. Could it be going back into that jungle again, as we saw in our previous series? It worked fairly well.
By the way, I was watching Draven and I was getting really excited to actually get Ramby at the end of the game say, haha, I'm missing you, this is my Smurf, that's why I just wanted to play Draven.
Yep.
No, they're going to bring Gragas.
Exactly, missing you, just sneaking in there to throw in some cheeky axes. But no, it will not indeed be missing you Smurf right now, as we see just the Gragas and the Shen. So Gragas is obviously, as we've seen already, such a horrible pick, as he gets every single bit of what you'd want from a jungler, really. He's got gank pressure, he's able to farm, and he brings both disengage and engage into a team fight. So it's kind of what you want from your jungler, and we see the Corki being locked in, potential for Lucian.
That is so much. I mean, if you bring Corki to the mid lane, you bring Lucian to the bot lane, my goodness, the amount of damage you deal is, oh my, this is ridiculous. This is so good for ACG. Now you only need one thing more, which is a Janet to get the complete peel, and a good jungler to get a good engage.
Yeah,
you can
definitely,
even
and-
bring Nidalee. My goodness, if you bring Nidalee into the jungle and you bring Janet, this is the perfect composition. I got really excited.
Yeah, Frihuna can potentially just go for a full-on dive comp to try and get rid of this poke that's being brought up here, but we'll have to see what's going to be finished off for Frihuna, as they're hovering that Maokai, which isn't necessarily bad, and Arkarom's getting his Jhin hover as he did. I'm pretty sure if this got locked in, Ark's brain would just explode. And we'd have to certainly probably cut to a break, as these sounds would be too intense and not PG-13.
Do it. Sweet mother of Jeez.
Yep, back in your box, Arkarom. It is not going to be Jhin. It's going to be Caitlyn instead, and Zac locked in as well. So then, if this Zac goes into the jungle, that means it's probably potentially Gragas support, unless somebody is giving Arkarom his other favorite champion, which would be Gragas in the mid or top side.
Yeah. See, okay, the Jhin is not so bad because I at least got the AP Gragas. This is really good and interesting composition because Zac actually can fit in any lane whatsoever. You can bring Zac to the top, to the jungle, and as a support as well. It's ridiculous, but one thing is you counterpicked yourself. Because Poppy is the counter to Zac. Oh, Sejuani, please do it. I just wanted Sejuani so bad in the jungle because she's so good at the moment. She has 60% win rate. This game is the best.
He loves it. He loves it, really. And to be fair, this looks like a fairly solid team comp that 8 Seconds have drafted. They've got some good team fighting potential. A little bit of pick coming out of Fresh and the Sejuani. And no, it's not.
It's a placeholder. It's a placeholder.
It's a placeholder. It will not be Teemo coming out in this.
Oh, it's going to be
support.
Jhin mid. If it's Jhin mid, I just melt on the ground. I just melt.
I don't know whether it would be Jhin mid, considering you'd have to run away from Sejuani and the potential Fresh follow-up and Poppy. So yeah, it would be a pick, I suppose, but it would not.
It's
really be a
Zed
good one.
again.
Oh, interesting.
Wait. Oh, it's Zed on the other team. So it's Crash bringing the Zed against Vespyr.
Yeah. that'd be it.
So Crash is saying something. This is a
Interesting
shot
to see,
fired.
Yeah. They go straight back in and go back into these picks and bans as we get the teams back up. And if it is Zed coming out for Crash, then that's going to be interesting to see. Let's see what they're going to either attempt to spell out or just simply troll ban as we go through.
I don't know why Teemo is so good, so I actually don't know. I know the champions that I pick and I play on my games, I'm really troll. I need assistance because I love Teemo. Anyway, the bans are coming in. This is nothing of what was supposed to be banned, but the picks will be delivered. Chrome Sion is well known. Poppy, you get that split push. He's so capable with that Poppy. His laning phase is ridiculously high. And this, by the way, this has to be picked in the position that they want. Oh, don't you do it. He's just taunting his head.
Don't do it, killer.
But this
Don't-
is Zac
don't be
top.
troll.
He countered Pickards himself.
Yeah, so an interesting choice. I mean, you say it's Zac top, but what if it's Gragas top?
It's not because they're already picking it
No, I
as...
suppose. Well, who knows?
There's a possibility, yeah. You can definitely trade.
So we'll have to see how it ends up. And
Shit,
Shen going in as well.
support.
So it looks like Frihuna have locked in their roles. So yeah, it's gonna be Zac top and a little bit interesting that he's gonna try and lane against a Poppy who's just gonna cancel out every single time he tries to dash away. Especially since she's got free ways of stopping him from slingshotting back out. She can obviously knock him out with the charge, stop him from jumping with the steadfast presence, and then even knock him up with the ultimate to stop him from running away from him. And it's going to be tough for him to really do much, as we see a little bit of trolley trading coming out from 8 Second Gaming.
If oh, by the way, Lucian can go mid, but yeah, that's not happening. Faker is not playing. If you want to kill Chromsy, and if Chromsy has the IQ at least of a peanut, he will never die. Even if in a 2v1, how does Gragas gank? With the body slam. That is countered by the W. How do
suppose-
Kittler engage?
Well, there is a little bit of way to play around it, considering you can just space them out a lot more. So if Kittler goes aggressive and tries to sort of jump on top of him with the elastic slingshot, and Chromsy decides to use that steadfast presence, then that's the window of opportunity that Vinci needs to say, right, now I come in for the gank, and then you waits for it to time out to get it with the body slam just as it finishes off. But even so, I don't know if they'll even have the damage to really follow up and finish him off, because it is a Poppy after all, who is fairly tanky as it comes along.
Yeah, so top lane is completely safe. I gotta tell you, completely safe. And Sejuani is actually one of the best win rate junglers at the moment. That little buff that she received on the Flay and also on the HP, and she's going to start with Strength of the Ages. The ultimate is easier now to land, so it's going off the charts in solo queue. people are spamming Sejuani. I don't know if anybody got the bad experience of playing against Sejuani now, but a wave clear in the jungle is ridiculous. I don't think it's at the same time as the new Gragas, because Drunken Rage AoE, I love it. It's not that fast, but it's really, really fast nonetheless. And the sustain that you bring into the jungle, it's also ridiculous because she's so tanky by herself. You build HP, you get more damage. Like, Shyvana was nerfed, so Sejuani could come in.
I mean, it's nice because it means that obviously Sejuani does have a lot that she can bring to team fights. It's nice to see her coming back in because she is that one of those champions who just brings so much to a team fighting composition because you can just jump in with that charge, and then if you use that Frozen Tomb nicely, obviously if you don't pull an X-Miffy and decide to throw it through the middle of entire enemy teams, then, you know, that's one way to play around it. But if you manage to hit it on a couple members of the enemy team, then it just literally locks you down for so long that it just allows so much peel to just come straight up from 8-second gaming, and they can just keep on focusing who they want to focus because you're just too busy stuck and frozen.
It's going to be a really interesting game. We don't have a lot of what am I saying? What I want to see is actually the mid lane. Crash now with Zed versus Liar's Fi Corki. He brought exhaust. He knows what Zed is able to do because he plays Zed on a really, really good way. But I believe this is actually a shots fired. He was so mad that he was playing versus Zed and receiving so much damage that he now wants to show us all, even Liar's Fi, how Zed is actually supposed to play. This is a shots fired, if you can say that.
Definitely, and I mean, Zed is a fairly good pick at the minute because he has got so much usability in the fact that you can just straight on assassinate backliners if they're not got the peel available. But I mean, this team is fairly ready for it, I feel, with the potential to just instantly knock him up with that Keeper's Verdict or the Sejuani. He able to just jump straight on top of him and stop him from really getting the damage that he needs down.
And I want to see his runes. That is actually all I want to see on Zed. If he brought penetration as well, and if he's going for the Black Cleaver as well. With the new item, the Serrated Dirk, and the capabilities that you have to build him into, you almost goes Blade, you go for the Momo Mortis, you go to the Serrated with the Dusk Blade. Those three items are not that expensive, only the Dusk Blade is, but they are fairly cheaper than the Black Cleaver. And the way you build into those items actually gives you such a power spike, which is armor penetration all the time. Why am I saying that these items are better than the Black Cleaver? Black Cleaver is really, really good, but you need to stack the armor penetration 6 times in order to be that useful. While on Serrated Dirk, you got it straight off. You don't need to use skills to get the damage amplified. You just got the damage. While the Black Cleaver, you actually tend to build into that amazing damage. With those 3 items, you already got the damage. So that's why I really love Serrated Dirk instead of the Black Cleaver path. And I'm going to press C and see if he brought any armor penetration. He brought 15.
No, so
It's the
he's
same.
gonna be happy enough to keep on fighting away then, because he'll be able to just jump on top and go as ham as possible. And have to see how he'll make that work in lane, but looks like we've got the pause coming out, and Liasfy has had his title ripped away from him. He is no longer the fastest man to get the items, as Chrome Sea and Traptrix have beaten him to it. I'm slightly disappointed.
So tilted. You can notice he's so tilted. I gotta say, Traptrix took the place. He bought Doran's Blade, a cookie, and the trinket as well. Corruption Potion and trinket is not the same because you only need to buy 2 things. He bought 3 things and paused the game. Damn, it's fast.
Yeah, it's pretty good to be fair. So solid plays, and it looks like we're just gonna start getting back in as they call out the ready signs, and gonna be just heading back in a second.
But today is a good day nonetheless. Zac on the top, Gragas building AP, Sejuani coming back, Chrome C on Poppy, the revenge of Zed penetration, and Shen as a support. My goodness, what a good day, bro.
Yeah, I
to
can
play a
just
league.
imagine the only way you're gonna top this off now is after this game. You're probably gonna go play a lot of Jhin.
Dude, yeah, see?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's gonna be what happens after this game.
Wait, that's a level 5 Sejuani.
Yeah.
Those skills incoming. I want to see if Crash is level 5 with Zed. That would be the Savage on top of the cake.
I'd like it if he wasn't, and he just literally chose it as a tilt pick. Like I got hurt so badly last game. I'm just gonna pick this. Like, don't worry, guys. He
Just
can if he
because.
can do it, I can do it too.
Oh my gosh, that would be savage. Okay, so both junglers are going to start the same way as we did in every single game before this one, which is start off on the weak side with your top lane and allow your bot lane to go and take the crocs. Oh, this is the shenanigans. Even though they have the vision, they will wait for the 1 minute and 10 seconds to try and invade and get the vision on the Grump and see if they're going to start. No, they're not doing that.
No, they're just gonna back away because
Why?
they got spotted out by they got spotted out by Ward, and I think Nightwind was just sort of like, no, let's just never mind.
Oh, lane swap though. Interesting. I like this. I was expecting them to go and stop the enemy team from doing the Grump, but no, they are going to start with the lane swap, allow the Grump to be done, and actually have the experience advantage.
To be fair, Kittler does not have a wonderful time farming in a lane swap because he only really has that elastic the Q to really farm, and even then it's not great because it doesn't do a lot of damage. So
Yeah.
be interesting to see this. I mean, Chrome C can just farm fairly well under turret with those high base damages on the Q, but also has the auto attack available to just be able to farm from range with that passive. So want to see how this one works out in the long run, but it looks like they're just going to go for that double jungle and potentially look to just keep on going with what we saw in our previous series and possibly look for a top lane dive early on.
We see what they are doing, and they are freezing up the lane. Okay, now they're starting to push, so Trap Lord will get at level 2 as we talked. And Rambi is coming back to the base, so he's able to go to the top side. Gragas is already on the red side of the jungle, so he either stays or he goes for the Raptors and try to get as much level as he can. Although he was receiving a lot of damage from those little red buffs. I don't know how you call those little monsters from the red buff, but okay. Either way, either they go as a 3-man squad to defend the top side, as I believe they are doing it right now, or they are going to all die.
Yeah, it looks like Kittler's doing a good job of equalizing this pressure, but Vinci and Ranby are both up here. Vinci's got to be careful though, because he's got some people in between him and getting back out.
Oh, nice. He's able to dodge the stun as well. And here comes Rambi getting locked by the death sentence. That's a 4-man squad, and he's able to just dash away, while Gragas will take the long run. TP to the bot side will allow Cromsey to take all that gold. So well played by HCG.
Yeah, but late call there by Chrome C to go for that devastating charge. Could have potentially knocked him into the wall, and just even if he'd kept him there for a little bit longer, it could have caught him long enough that the follow-up from Nightwind and Traptrix could have got a lot of damage down and would have potentially burned a flash out of him. Instead, he decides to wait it out and does fire it, even though he's got no wall to fire him into. So it just basically pushes him towards his own tri-bush. A little bit not worth in the end, I feel.
At the end, they're going to engage. Kittler trying to get it. The taunt is there, so they're going to dodge every single shots with that little W. But in the end of the day, this is actually getting Chrome C on the better spot to get more farm, because he's going to lane versus a 1v1, even though he's going to receive a lot of damage by Caitlyn, and try to disrupt a little bit of the farm from Traptrix. So Trap Lord will be huge, while Chrome C will probably be huge as well, although Zach is doing such a good job farming.
Yeah, I mean, he's having a pretty much whale of a time, and the thing is, Caitlyn's actually got a fairly decent time into a lane swap, because you can just poke down consistently, drop down those traps as well, and you can just keep on auto-attacking, putting out the damage with that Peacemaker and pushing up the waves as well, so really got to be careful, and it looks like Hitler's actually sustaining a fairly decent lead here.
This means not only Caitlyn will be completely absurd, but also Zag will be so huge, and he won't have to fight on that bad lane. Traplord is forced to use the heal. He won't be able to do anything after this one. Oh, Yuner pogs up the Raptor buff, so he'll be able to take that little ward that Traplord needs so much.
Yeah, but it does deny the buff at least, so it kind of burns something out, so he's got to be careful if he's going to be looking to gank anywhere else, and I'm interested to see that Vespyr actually started Doran's Blade and not Corrupting Potion, so I just wanted to get down as much sustain, I suppose, as possible with that extra lifesteal, but means that you won't get instantly bursted out because he has the health as well. A lot of damage coming out of Kittler with those high bases on Zac. I mean, he's maxing Q and he just jumps on for as much as he can.
Yeah, the stretching punch is just getting the damage flowing in. The turret also assisted on that one. Gragas needs to hug the wall in order not to get spotted, and I do believe he was able to do it. Traptrix has no idea what is happening. The lantern is there, and Lucian is just forced to get alone in the lane. He does have the flash available. The death sentence is going to lock one, but the slow is already there. Traptrix is going to flash, use the heal, relentless pursuit away, but they are still on the chase. And Vinci with a flash is not able to tower dive. They have no idea where Crumsy is, and he was actually going to the top side, so this could have ended way worse than it did.
Yeah, interesting to see that. Nightwind threw out the lantern and then had to flash because of the elastic slingshot coming from Kittler, but because he flashed it meant that the lantern got cancelled and Traptrix didn't have a way to get back out, so had to burn both summoners to eventually run his way out between Kittler and Vinci, who just basically comboed on top of him and burst him down fairly well.
Getting that Rift Herald, so they're able to push even more. Who is going to take it? Vinci. I like this. He'll be able to go back and return into a lane to gank really, really fast.
Yeah, exactly. So you can get back to base quicker. You can use that to. You can use the little buff to make him that little bit stronger, so that you can clear a little bit quicker. But also it means that just in general, you bring, like, when you take it on your jungler, you can bring it to any lane. It's not just forced on your top lane, it basically only push top. Your jungler basically, he doesn't get the maximum efficiency out of it because it's not always pushing, but at the same time, you don't really need it for constant wave pushing. You kind of need it just to sort of focus down turrets and such, and get the wave moving that little bit quicker. So it's not that amazing on whoever it goes on, but at least on your jungler it means you can impact multiple waves with it, and it doesn't mean that you're limited to just going for one lane.
Also, items getting closed in. It's Crash going for more penetration, trying to get that Yomu's Ghost Blade, getting the 20 additional penetration, while on the bot side they're trying to push anything. But if you look at the lanes, Crumsy was able to close in the gap in terms of minions by a lot when she got those two waves pushing from the top side. So Crumsy was able to close a lot of gap. Otherwise, he would be completely screwed, although he is going for ZZ Portal. And I was wondering when we would see that ZZ Portal coming in.
Yeah, ZZ Portal, very strong item, and it means that you can consistently keep on pushing waves with it.
Oh!
And be nice to see. A lot of damage going down into Crash, who flashes away nicely to dodge out from the final damage coming out of Vespyr. Vinci is on this mid lane.
But can you do it? Oh, the flash is there. Use the explosive cast. The death mark is there. First blood.
Ooh, lovely play there. I don't know if you saw it, but that was the attempted escape. And oh, there's the first
If you
knock-up.
want to jump, I will assist you, Zac.
Yes, as I was saying in the Champ Select, Poppy's got so many tools to knock her up. I mean, you've got 3 different ways of cancelling it out, so you can't just expect to be able to escape from that. And a lovely little bit of clearing going down from Vinci, getting rid of that pink ward. And yeah, nice kill on that mid lane, able to really burst out Vespyr with that nice flash body slam. And Vespyr even used that exhaust. Good engage coming up from Rambi.
That's percentage damage getting shanked out. Nice block. This is the way you play it. You actually need to wait to see the damage coming in, then you use the W on Shen. I'm saying W because I don't want you guys to get confused because it's Spirit's Refugee, so that's why I'm saying W at this point. I'm trying to teach you guys as a viewers.
Yeah, so Spirit's Refuge will deny a little bit of damage coming out of Traptrix, and at the same time Bluebuff goes over to Unna, who I don't think he really expected the damage that he did on that buff, as Vespyr was heading slightly over to go and get it. And to be honest, I'd rather have it on my Corky than I'd have it on my Sejuani.
Well, too late. One trivia, by the way, it's not going to happen in this game because they're on the same team, but when you kill a champion, specifically Nunu, Thresh actually gets 2 souls from Nunu, but with Sejuani you only get 1 because she is actually ginger. I don't know if you knew that. But that's savage.
I did not know that.
There's the
wasn't
lantern.
indeed
Trap Lord
savage.
is trapped, I gotta say. There's the taunt for Traptrix. Rambi is going to give his life. Good night, my sweet prince. Unless here comes the Gragas. They're all frozen on the ground, but the heal is going to save them. VC taking all the cullets on his back. He's completely pierced, but he's able to survive nonetheless.
I don't know what they were really thinking there. I mean, came in for a good gank, and it was really nicely played to get into the backside, but they just held that glacial, the glacial prison for so long that they just didn't really have anything to do. Like, they couldn't lock them down long enough to get the damage in. Land a decent glacial prison onto Rambi and Vinci in the end, but it just doesn't have enough damage to finish him off as a solid culling comes out, and it's just not able to really finish him off. Going aggressive in this top side.
But it's not going to happen. Cromsey will just take the lead on this one, especially if he's able to stand him. And that's the way it goes, my dear. Slam into the air. Oh, but the passive is there. And he's burning from the Bami Cinder. Can you kill him before he comes back? Q! Boop.
Boom. There you go. Beautifully played there by Cromsey. The flashy play to jump to the side and then knock Kittler straight into the wall. Finish him off with the extra little bit of padding that you can do with that Keeper's Verdict knock-up. And then able to just group up all the blobs and hit them all at the same time.
Zed was not able to spot him. And meanwhile, they're still doing the Drake. So it's a kill or a Drake.
Yeah, which is okay because you do take the dragon and no real pressure is exerted on the top side because of that kill. And technically Killer's already he's still technically slightly ahead, I believe. Yeah, he's actually slightly still ahead in gold because of that 10 CS differential. And it's not really done much to get that kill. All you've really done is burn Cromsey's flash and his ultimate.
So how is the game going? Pretty even, I gotta say. On both sides, one kill to each side. There's also one turret in favor of Huna and one dragon. Aside from that, it's pretty much even. This is what I'm talking about. This is going to happen all game long.
I like how it has a resounding donk though when it happens. It sounds good though, so at least we'll be able to get that that as much in as possible. Bit of trading going on, but not really able to do much. I mean, the Bami Cinder on both sides is going to be able to clear out waves fairly easily, and each side has a way to clear waves, and seeing as they've got that high base on the stretching punch or the Q from Poppy, so able to both clear the waves fairly quickly, keep pushing each other in, and this is a nice rotation coming through to this mid lane to try and get this outer turret.
They need the second turret of the game, but Uner is here. He will try to freeze them up. Trap Lord is out of position. They bring him even further back. Here comes the Stand United. He's still alive, but everything is used on that for Caitlyn. Rambi is slowed down. Here comes the Valkyrie to get him closer to the target, and the rocket is dead. And here comes the death mark. But who's dead? You are dead, Crash. And Zed has nothing to do with this one, as HCG are going to push the mid lane.
What a strange fight by Fruhuna to try and... They were doing well to get the damage on the turret, but as soon as Sejuani showed up, everyone should have just backed away, which everyone did, bar Trap Lord, who was getting caught off in the backside, gets knocked further back and pulled away by Cromsey, and after that it was just basically a simple case of cleaning up the fight as they push further and further up, able to use exhaust on a Crash, so he's able to pretty much do no damage as he's stunned against the wall again by Cromsey, who's really showing why Poppy is banned against him.
So hard to position yourself as an AD carry in this game when you have Poppy and Sejuani.
Yeah, and Fresh as well to follow up on anything.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if you basically get caught out by one of them, someone's gonna follow up and someone's gonna kill you.
Well, you better get reported for AFK because you won't move in that fight anymore.
Exactly, the Lever Busters will come out, indeed. So it feels like it's just one of those teams where it plays pretty well from behind because you've still got the potential to catch somebody, if a fight goes sort of even, but it won't play as well as it could. At the same time though, when it's ahead, it feels really horrible to be behind because they can just keep on pushing aggressively and keep on going in when they want. They can force fights when they want, and it's really what they want to do in this game.
Also, looking into the bigger picture, as I like to do all the time, is both teams are actually playing well accordingly to each other. But if they want to get out of the bottom of the standings and fight versus Glamour Girls, versus Hexed, versus Epic Avalanche, or even Zenith Rangers, they really need to step up, because the game we are watching right now wouldn't happen versus any of these teams as stated above. So even though it's a fair matchup between these two, looking at a bigger picture of Vespyr, they need to actually get better, and they have so little time to do it now.
I mean, we're already fairly halfway through the season.
Yeah.
They really need to be looking to make some serious improvements into what they're doing, and at the minute it's not going that brilliant. Lovely block there coming out from Crumsey. The thing is, they knew that the Poppy was a problem. They banned it away in the first game, and it feels strange that they just let it slip back through, that they felt that they could deal with it.
Into Chrome C, by the way.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
mean-
just a regular top laner. It's Chrome C with Poppy.
Yeah, exactly.
Why?
A little bit weird.
And it brings Zac as well.
I think
is
Zac
countering
isn't
yourself.
Zac isn't necessarily a strange pick, considering that
not.
he's done fairly well as a player himself. But it just feels like it's a little bit odd in general, because he doesn't bring that much if he doesn't actually get into the fight.
And with Poppy, I don't think he will.
Yeah, so the lane is
That's
okay,
the
but the
thing.
team fight is not good.
It's actually a really good champion. It packs a lot of CC into the team fight,
Yeah.
but it's against whom we are talking that it's kind of weird. And this is a tier 2 turret getting pushed by that Rift Herald. It's Lucian that is currently holding on to that buff to try and get additional punch. Trap Lord is going to get completely outplayed. He wants to caliber net away from that position, but he's not able to do so. He even baits out the Stand United and the heal.
Interesting, that comes out, and
flying
Vespyr
high,
going in.
boys! I'm coming in, delivering a special package, and this package is going to open up for a double kill for ATG.
And Crumsey with 100% kill participation so far, doing such a good job to keep on consistently knocking people into these walls for the little stun, and making these plays where necessary. Able to pick up another 2 kills on the bot and a turret, as well as the turret on the mid lane, and it feels like 8 Second Gaming are just fully in control this time.
But they did the same in the previous game, by the way.
It's true. Although I don't
Remember.
think that the Zac will be getting any mad resets like the Darius the previous game.
Yeah.
Who knows?
First dragon of the game will allow them to at least get that buff control, and they don't need any more dragons. Okay, you don't want to give them, but you certainly don't need to fight over them and put yourself in an awkward position just to get the second dragon, for instance, which is not that necessary on this matchup, because you're not going to try and take turrets just because you have the buff. You're going to try and force team fights, and then you get the ace, and you don't need the buff, because it's a 5 versus no one.
The thing is, this is not a great time for Frihuna to really be fighting, because Traplord still needs to be scaling. He's only really got an Infinity Edge and doesn't have anything else to really back himself up, so his damage isn't that great. Follow that up with the fact that Rambi isn't that tanky. He's only got a Sight Stone, and he's not even finished that support item fully. Crash has got a kill, and he's got a more of Malmortius, but even so, it doesn't really mean that he's going to be jumping on the backline with that mass amount of penetration that you were talking about before with something such as a Yomu's.
Yeah.
It
That's
just feels
10 less penetration that the Yomas would bring.
Yeah, exactly. It just feels like there's just nothing that they can really be looking to do in these fights, because they're just so far behind, and it just feels even further because of these lacks in the team comp.
And also, Poppy is building herself into a really, really good split pusher. I don't think anyone on this team, on the side of Frihuna, will be able to fight her on a 1v1 scenario. Sunfire, just Spectral Call getting sustained, Kittler getting off position, is able to bounce away. But that is the Elastic Slingshot used, so they won't be able to engage. Good Shuriken coming in from Crash, doing a lot of damage. Traptex is off position. The Ignite is there. The Shuriken is on top of his head, which means he's dead. Liar's Fire is going to get Explosive Cask on the face. Crash wants to get back, but here comes Cromsey after the huge lockdown by Uner. And is it enough to come back into this fight? Because Kittler and Rambi were caught out of position, and they're going to get annihilated. And at the end of the fight, they sacrificed their AD carry for 2 picks.
Yeah, and props to Nightwind there, interrupting Kittler's jump with the flare. It's fairly easy to see it coming, but it's nice to see that he got the timing right as Chromesy came in for the lovely pickup. Oh dear, you're in the wrong place, Traplord, as he 1v3s and still might pick up Traplord.
Oh, slam dunk shot! Oh, the lantern is no longer giving light! He's going to probably take two! Oh my gosh.
No. Vinci backs up in the end, but Crash wasn't looking to really go aggressive. And it means they're going to pick up this turret as well, because they lost even more time since they were trying to chase Chromesy instead of just backing off. And that's another turret picked up for another messy fight coming out of Freehuna, who had the chance to really pick up multiple members, and they only managed to pick up one, I feel.
Remember when we talked about not giving Chromesy Poppy? Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I mean, still sticking out with that 100% kill participation. All 9 kills he's been involved in, 3 of which he took himself, 6 of which he's assisted, and he just feels like his pressure's just always there, because he's either starting the fights or he's always there to join in midway through to land those good charges in the walls.
If he didn't reply to that, the team would probably lose that top fight.
Yeah, definitely, and at the same time, the ADC for either side isn't really that strong. Lucian 010, he is farming up a fair amount though, so he's got that Essence Reaver, BF Sword, and the Curious Shard. But on the other side, Traplord's still sitting out on that Infinity Edge. Picked up a Zeal, but it's still not really anything that you can really write home about. So just gonna sort of farm up still, and gonna have no real impact in these fights as they keep on evolving. Chromesy, however, Sunfire Cape, Iceborne Gauntlet, and Spirit Visage, he's one tanky yodel.
Yes, he is. With a hammer, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like they're actually gonna start pressuring Baron, and Freehuna's actually backing off.
They have no vision of it. If I press F2, you will see the vision that they have, which is literally none.
And yeah, that's just an easy pickup, because Vinci and Rambi just backed off, and everybody else had to deal with the waves. Good Baron, and they're just going to start pushing up into the base at this point.
And it's not like they don't have any sort of damage to do the Baron in 5-6 seconds, because they do. It's just not showable, but, well, Poppy deals percentage damage, and she has a lot of cooldown. Oh, and the special package as well.
Just the icing on the cake, really, and also a big buff on a very large Poro.
Let's see where he's going to deliver that special package. He might use it to just separate the entire team from Traplord and just fall on top of them, but the rest of his team is looking at the bot side. They are not using this one accordingly, and that's, well, a lot of DPS and knockback is going to get wasted, but they want to push on the bot side, leave Chromesy on the mid or top side to just spread the entire team composition. Kiteland does have the TP available, so he can respond to this. He wants to actually split push on the top side, but he's going to be needed. Oh! Nice fight, that's not what he wanted to do. Oh, he's in trouble. Here comes the ace in the hole. He's not going to take the kill whatsoever. And Crash is also forced to go back. He just got to stand united for himself. Keeper's Verdict, he's just going to push them away. See you later, Alligator. As Chromesy is just zoning them away. The TP is coming for the turret. Will they be able to secure the turret before the TP? No. And here comes the Elastic Slingshot. He's jumping in. He's bouncing it back. But Chromesy gives his life to stop this one from just rolling down. Track 6 just goes over the edge. And this might be 3 Una coming back into the game. Vinci looking at it. Fancy the target. Flails him down with explosive cask. He's going to bring him back and slow him down with the battle roll. The lantern is dead. Yuna is going to fight this one. Corky is dead. Do you want to fight this? He comes back. He's completely sustained. But Crash comes in. He is the assassin. The exhaust is going to just stop a little bit of that TPS. But they just deny the protection of the carry in the mid lane. They are so low, and the minions are doing more than the champions, as the triple kill is coming for Uner, who's on top of a giant portal, just chunking it in. Crash looking for the cooldowns, comes back with the shuriken, but the damage is close to non-existent, and the minions are winning this as the quadra kill comes for the Sejuani. Chromesy gotta go fast, flash it, Mimim goes for Crash, just slams him down with a shield. You gotta do it, baby. Oh, you burned him down.
Wow, that was
Long.
I don't understand how that fight could have went from so good to so bad. Vespyr goes full ham and gets absolutely burned out by the side of Fruhuna. But after that, as they're just peeling up and up, the minions just absolutely wreck face. And like we were saying, Una is one tanky. He's so tanky at the minute. He's got a Dead Man's, he's got a Cinder Hook, and he's got a Locket. He's just not able to be bursted down. He didn't technically have the Locket in the fight, but that's not the important bit. The important bit is that he's just so strong that he can just tank up whatever you've got. And on Fruhuna's side, they just don't have damage at this point. Crash has got a little bit that he can throw in, but it's not. He was too low to really keep on contributing. Kittler's got okay base stats, but he can't really do much to this super tank Sejuani.
I mean, when the minions kill more than the champions, I gotta say, this is a clown fiesta at this point.
Definitely.
It was a huge fight, by the way.
I mean, you could have just been happy with what you'd taken and just sort of backed off after that. But to keep on going for so long, Chrome Sea died in that fight and at the beginning, and that fight went for so long that it allowed him to TP back in and finish off Crash. Like, how does that even happen? Like, it takes that long at this point of the game.
Does that take a little bit of a breathing time now? They're putting themselves in the position to fight again. Elastic Slingshot is cancelled, and all those snap traps are just in there. Those cookies are waiting for the taking, and the Neuter just goes through the middle of it. Keeper's Verdict is there, not landing on anyone. Wait, I realize now that it's called Yordle Snap Trap. Why do you want to get a trap on the Yordle?
Oh,
Is that a bait for Chrome Sea?
Not this again. You should ask Mr. Laser about this. So we had this conversation with Darth, who has come to the conclusion. Yep, he's come to the conclusion that Caitlyn has something against Yordles and is trying to snatch them away for the highs.
He's asking the right questions because this is a savage. I realized too late. Illuminati confirmed.
True indeed. But at the same time, let's see what's going on right now. They're just gonna continue sieging, and there is a decent wave pushing on the top side. So Fruhuna's gonna have to go deal with that at some point. But it's just gonna bounce onto an inhibitor turret. So potential that it might not actually burst through, but gonna keep on pushing for the siege.
Oh! Keitel just flashes in and bypasses the W. Here comes Crash. He's trying to get the kill, but Track Tips is way too fast, way too skinny, way too dodgy. As Caitlyn is not taking the damage. And here comes Vespyr, who uses the Valkyrie on the aggressive way. He wants to take it down. He's able to do it. Zax is just splattered all over the floor. They're just clicking it up, mopping him away as the ninja is alone. And Unit is got like 706 on Sejuani. How is this even possible? Only Gragas is alive, and even though his body counts as 2, he's only one to stop this menace.
Yep, and this could potentially just be the game going over. Such a solid game played by 8 Second Gaming. And I think we've just shown why Chrome Sea gets Poppy banned against him all the time, because he really was a major driving force behind how this team got so far ahead.
And they're just wasting time, just playing with Gragas. Vespyr played way too much, and they're just responding. If you don't finish the game, you will probably have to wait more minutes. And 18-8, they would probably finish the game now if they didn't play it around, and they are giving another shot to Fruhuna.
Yeah, both Nexus turrets are down though, and that bottom inhib's down, so the Super Minions pushing on the bot side, and Baron is coming up in 20 seconds. Fruhuna are going to look to try and ward it, I believe, but could easily be started off by 8 Second Gaming. Chrome Sea does have his teleport available as well.
I gotta say, I looked into the chat, and Missing You just got some clarity into the situation. Probably the Yordles make the traps. See? He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, that could be possible. It would be more likely than, you know, Caitlyn having some kind of Yordle skin trade where she skins Yordles and sells them on the black market.
Oh my gosh!
That's
That
Mr.
took a dark turn.
Well, that is Mr. Laser's impersonation.
Oh my gosh,
Theory,
really?
I believe. So,
Okay, I really want to believe on the Yordles making the traps just on a happy country, on the Yordle City, make Yordle City great again, with a little Trump. Your Trump. Here comes the calling, facing on Rincy, as the banner is being made. Oh, Lars Fire with the package. He uses once, he uses twice, but there's a ninja on the other side, and he just goes, "Wacha!" and gets the kill. He goes to the backline now, looking at the trap tricks. He wants another one. He's going to get slammed. Stan United is there by the guy who killed his father. I don't know how you can save Zed, man. He killed your father, but the hammer comes in and claims this life. Bramby gets stunned against the wall. You traitor! He's trying to run away, but I don't think he will be able to, unless he flashes, by the way. Chrome C is just tanking it up with no problem whatsoever, but Lucian comes in with the double guns, and Pistolero is looking for the ace. He's going to get the double. He's going to clean up.
Yeah, and Kittler's just stuck in base trying to fend off these minions from the Nexus, otherwise they would have ended themselves. It's already down to half health, and 8-second Gaming are just going to push straight on through and look to just end this game in commanding fashion. And it feels like this is the problem with falling so far behind. Traplord had reached the point where, in that fight, he was pretty much untouched for most of the fight, and he was just auto-attacking on the backside, but he just got pretty much 0 damage done. And it just felt like Chrome C is just so tanky at this point that there was just no way of them coming back, and that's going to be the game to tie this series up in a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Poppy showing why they want to stop making traps, which is a word, you know.
Yeah, maybe she made the traps so she knew how to get around them.
Oh, yeah. See, now we're going to the places that we want to. Talking about places, though, and looking at the standings, at 8CG are able to take the second game. I actually forgot about how the first one ended up. Who took the first one?
Freehuna took the first one in their amazing comeback with Kittler on that Dari.
It's a tie again. So it's
Yes,
a tie
it is a
again. It's the
tie.
third tie of today. So looking at the standings, Freehuna are going to keep themselves at the 9th place. Now with, let me look at 1 point, I believe. 8C Gaming are going to take 3 points with this tie. I do believe a tie brings you 1 point. Also, first place is going to be a tie between Epic Avalanche and Zenith Rangers with 11 points, while Hext are just sitting behind with 10 points, 1 point away from securing the first place. And this is all for week 5, I believe. I don't know if you want to say anything about this, bro.
No, not indeed. I mean, to be fair, we've seen some pretty decent games today, and it just feels like there's still a lot of mistakes that need to be worked on by the teams, but let's hope that they can bring their A game next week for some much more solid gameplay.
And the standings are closing in as the weeks are just also closing in, and all the teams are just showing us how they are improving, and my goodness, they are improving the heck out of this tournament. This tournament is brought to you by the community, to the community, because we love you guys, and even the players are the community, so a lot of love to every single one out there who watched the game, who played the game, or participated on this amazing organization. My name is Akram. I was together with good bro Joe, and Greg was also our cameraman. So big thanks to you, bro, for standing up with us for, well, every single game whatsoever. Of all the entire community, I bid you farewell into the next week. Week 6 of Vespyr League. Don't forget to share about this one and give a like on Twitch or a follow, as I presume, and a like on YouTube, on the page, and everything we have, guys, because we like you a lot. See you next week.